Are we okay? Have you stopped having issues?
Q.
I think it stopped having issues.
Me first, mwahahaha.
I don't know what happened the first time. I think my console just decided to have an issue it hadn't had in a while.
Sausage roll man is inevitable.
You all broke it, chat. I should have known something was going to go wrong when Robot Lady broke.
It's Batman Isaac.
Candy, why are you going on about Batman?
Cool.
What did I miss? What did I miss for you to be going on about Batman?
No. I am better than the Batman.
What did I miss?
I am sausage roll man. Yeah, it's Batman. I built the pastry in a cave. Like Batman. Dude, you're just Batman but different. Built different. Yeah, Batman better. Emoji cool smile. Let pair decide. Yeah.
Let me decide what? I'm so confused. What am I doing? I'm just trying to make a house. What am I
Who
supposed
better,
to
Batman or Sausage Roll Man?
Who's better, Batman or Sausage Roll Man? I don't really remember the last time Batman helped me sort out Streamlabs.
LOL.
So I'm gonna have to go with Sausage Roll Man. That, and I find myself eating more sausage rolls than bats.
Good DIY. Oh fuck. I will get you free toy chicken MERCH now. Batman always better.
Hello, Mr. Armadillo.
When can Batman shoot pastry out his fingers? I don't know. Alfred can probably do that. Fine, I'll tell you what, I am the French Batman cause France made sausage rolls.
The SpongeBob Choco Banana Bar has a track record of not looking too great, but the most famous example of this are the legendary SpongeBob Popsicles. They are most commonly sold by ice cream trucks, and they also made popsicles for many other cartoons. The packaging displays how it's normally supposed to look, and I found a few examples of it looking right, but 99% of the time you just get a detailed different DLC boss. It was so commonly known that these never looked right that they literally made
I live in Z Bakery.
so as the final SpongeBob product, here's a couple
Yeah, but Batman makes fun of Robin.
soundtracks.
Batman always better. Emoji cool smile.
Thanks for watching this video. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed, or support me in other ways if you feel like it. Also, comment down below your favorite SpongeBob products. And quick announcement, I've been streaming more on Twitch, so make sure to go follow that too. Link in the description.
Ow! Jeez, my leg.
Can Batman was better, and no, we not including those Bruce Wayne clips.
The EE Game Store is open to every player on any network.
Oh fuck. But YOLO FC. I have the better hair though. It's Batman, every girl loves him. Debatable. Well, IT saves a woman going to the kitchen for a sausage roll. You're just jealous, Batman is better. WTF. Sausage roll. X has stopped responding. Dude gave YP cause we all know Batman is better. Rebooting. Rebooting. I am now retired. Big smile.
Are somehow owned by Funko. They also keep making figures and plushies of the newest ugly cosmetic skins from the FNAF AR mobile game, which is the main focus of this section. First up, we have the Easter collection. There's Chocolate Freddy, Chocolate Chica, Chocolate Bunny, and Easter Bunny. These things are just so haphazardly over-designed and weird.
He I won. Emoji cool smile.
There's also Christmas ones too. There's Santa Freddy, Elf Bonnie, Snow Chica. What the frick is this? Red Foxy and Nutcracker Foxy. Most of these ones actually have Funko Pop figures too that are just horrifying. Snow Chica is easily the weirdest one, especially the plushie. I cannot believe this abomination is official Five Nights at Freddy merchandise.
Okay Candy, now I have the question for you.
They're just ugly tie-dye recolors of some figures, pop figures, and plushies, and they're commonly known to be the worst
Sausage Roll Man Prime versus Robin. Okay.
Which just looks like moldy cheese. Why does it look so gross? There's also Liberty Chica, which is just the statue of Liberty that has Chica. Like, what even is the inspiration?
Chat, they're playing the song.
They even add this to the AR game?
The Jack Black song, I think.
There's also Shamrock Freddy. Okay. There's also this
Like who will win or who's better? Who would win? The who less better? Then, y'all both seem useless. I'm back.
Welcome back.
But then WHO would win. So whining is just about luck. But who's better, OFC Robin? Hello Jacob, you're just in time. Sausage Roll Man versus Robin, who wins? Winning. Robin. NOO. Mwaha. Thank you, Jacob.
Oh my god, their eyes are bulging out of their heads. What the frick? These things are genuinely terrifying, especially with how
Wait, who will win in a what?
the eyes looking different directions like a freaking goldfish. Like, what the frick is this massive tent? There's also the standing ones, which are done in a completely different style, and they still look pretty terrible because of the giant eye sockets, low quality materials, and messed up proportions.
5OFC.
They only made a few of them, just Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. Although, unthankfully, there are many more of them that just never really
Sausage Roll Man has separated himself from Isaac and is now taking a break.
Leonard, Balloon Boy, and Baby, who look so freaking terrifying.
Oh then Sausage Roll Man.
These plushies, I've been pretty underwhelmed with how they don't randomly jump scare you all the time like in the games. So good thing in 2018, GameStop released these animatronic plushies that have motion-activated jump scares. And wow, would you look at that? It's made by Funko. There's a Freddy and a Foxy, and if it detects any motion in front of his face, it tries to jump scare you. And the jump scare sound is just some weird, annoying, distorted version of the FNAF 2 scream. Anyways, these things look kinda ugly, and it literally
How TF does that work? He shoots sausage rolls from his fingers. OFC Sausage Roll Man will win in a fight.
all this Freddy merch making this a right hand color
Robin's got guns and knives.
Although a year before this in 2017, Morbid Enterprises also released a Freddy toy that jump scares you. It's a 3-foot-tall model of Freddy Morbear that just kind of moves around a little, plays creepy music, and keeps randomly screaming at you. Although the design is really weird looking, I really like the material and much more accurate colors, but the face just isn't it. Their goal was definitely to create a creepy item that you would never want in your bedroom, and they absolutely succeeded in that, which is exactly why I'm gonna put this in our bedroom image. I think a few of our FNAF products need a bit more style, so good thing the company's Sunstatch has made
And Robin's got his tight pants.
there's one for
It's not about the weapons, it's about strategy.
Candy, why would you mention... Candy, why would you mention that?
like they have 2 mouths. I feel like the actual in-universe Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria would totally sell these for birthday parties. They're just so tacky and funny looking. Moving our focus onto this shell, let's add
That's a bit sus, Candy.
specifically the sister location jump scare ones are the most cursed looking things ever. They're just genuinely horrifying. I don't know why
'Cause you have to mention Robin's tight pants.
It's a bit sus.
but another massive line of figures that Funko also owns are mystery minis. I didn't know Funko had it in them to cook this hard because these things are freaking awesome. The designs are just so weird, cursed, and kind of cute. Almost
Hi, it's me. Like if you're a DC fan, it's the most important. Candy got some mood lighting and a poster of Robin Brew. Hi, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
nightmares and Springtrap, and even a little Vanny. She has no thoughts in that
No.
little head. There's also a Flux Vanny that does the same thing, but with a sun.
She probably does.
I actually love
Considering how much she's looking at Robin's underwear.
I like the texture, but then there's the really cursed ones, like even more horrifying sister location jump scares, the twisted ones, Yendo, Molten Freddy, and Nightmare Cuphead. Even the default circus baby is just so creepy looking for
I got a poster for Superman TY.
that's just oh my god. But now we have my absolute favorite one of them all, the crying child figure. I don't know how, but this thing is so ghostly.
Pair, you should be honored. No more toy chicka joke. We going all out on Robin now.
Oh, God. Arguably, Robin's worse.
Does Superman have tight pants?
Probably.
Let's quickly mention their absolute worst, the Popsies.
And Poison Ivy.
It's so much, to the point where I don't even really want to talk about them. Just, you're one of us. Have a killer day. I've got my eye on you. Surprise, maybe Easter. Let's just put one of these on the shelf and move on.
Every superhero has tight pants.
So I made myself a superhero in my in my stories. Yeah, I don't have tight pants.
And the Joker.
I wear baggy jeans.
Candy, the real question is WTF you looking? I got a lot of posters. I don't know. It's a poster.
Yeah, it's a poster. You can be looking anywhere but that area.
Not looking where you thinkin' looking.
With Sky Mobile, you can snap up the amazing iPhone 15 and take standout photos in incredible detail with a 48-megapixel main camera. From just £23 a month, excluding data plan. All on the network that lets you change your plan to suit you. And always have the latest iPhone on Sky Mobile, the UK's fastest growing network.
Keep it in your pants, Candy. Oh wait, Candy's a woman crab.
I've seen them in town. The spinners, the little security breach spinners. I saw them when I was in town the other day. And I literally looked at the Freddy one. I was like, if these weren't £5, I'm gonna buy one. I would have
And
bought
it's not
one.
like he's above my bed. Harley Quinn is the on above my bed TY. I got 6 DC posters cause you can.
That is the official Five Nights at Freddy's Black Light Slide. Wait a second. As you in real life? Only the truly brave would have been able to get that reference. Anyways, all the containers of slime are shaped as random characters. Specifically Freddy, Nightmare Chica, and Sprinkle, which is such a completely random selection.
IT makes sense, not above the bed, he is on the wall at the bottom of the bed so you can look at him when you wake up.
And the slime itself
I oop.
really has some OSHA violating levels.
No.
Pure radioactive glue to take with it. Although, instead of playing with just FNAF themed toys, we can also play the various official FNAF board games instead. First off,
UOOP to Robin Candy, you dirty bastard.
oh my god, Funko Jump Scare, Jesus Christ. It's actually called Scare in the Box, and it has this really weird looking Freddy gizmo that probably jump scares you or something. I'm not really understanding how this works, so let's just actually try it out. Five Nights at Freddy's Scare in the Box.
I don't got a fucking poster of Robin. MHM. MHMM.
Will you two shut up? Shut up.
Actually, I take that he's in the group poster I have. Don't you tell them to shut up, that's very disrespectful to their nature. Sausage Roll Man stands for justice.
Sausage roll man.
WTF. Bitch, wrong superhero, that's Superman saying TY. I said I separated from Sausage Roll Man, I want you joking.
What did you do? Divorce him?
We shared bodies. Divorce him, emoji rolling on the floor laughing, emoji rolling on the floor laughing. Now he is out of mine.
Alright, chat, let's do this. Okay, chat, my turn.
Now you divorced him, Isaac. Let us settle this beef once and for all, Isaac. Lad, piss off. Nah, I do win.
There's also another Funko board game called Night of Christ, and it has little tricky pieces in there.
The sad part is this is all Isaac talking to himself.
Like, the bro is literally just Bigfoot at this point. And why is Chica so small? The game itself has a pretty neat concept. Basically, everybody plays as an animatronic, and whoever catches the card first wins. And another Funko FNAF board game is Survive Till 6 AM, which is basically a direct adaptation of FNAF 1 into a board game. And you can either play by yourself or with a partner. And apparently, many people say this game is incredibly confusing and complicated.
No ITSISNT.
Considering that they're adapting a literal video game into a single-player board game.
Oh, some leopards in my base.
Yes, it is.
Security Breach edition. Like, how the frick did they manage to adapt Security Breach into a goddamn board game? If anybody has actually played these, please let me know how the experience is in the comments, because that just
We
doesn't
ain't
say
fucking
anything.
stupid.
Like, there's obviously a FNAF-themed Monopoly. There's always a content Monopoly. Like, just looking at the list of every version of Monopoly...
It is Sausage Roll Man.
So, I'm just gonna put it under the bed, because I
I was about to say a slur.
And the game is now about buying animatronics and building pizzerias. And it's pretty lazily done, because some of the animatronics you can buy are Ennard, which obviously doesn't make any sense, Springtrap, which literally has a reanimated corpse inside.
I stand for a peace, no slurs are allowed.
Moments of imagination? How are you able to buy those? I don't know what this means for the
Isaac genuinely changed his thing eating sausage roll.
Well,
man.
no shit.
I'm getting a little rusty, so let's move on to the next section of mugs. And since we're out of shelf space, let's go ahead and build another shelf specifically for all the mugs. First up, we've got the official Golden Freddy mug by the company Just Funky, which is so freaking creepy looking. I hate this genius. It's just a big Golden Freddy face jutting out of a black mug.
How TF did I change IT?
Which is even more cursed. This time, his entire head is the mug, and it's also got
I am not a stripper. I'm allowed to say slurs at my house.
Candy, did we need to know that?
so bad to the point where I originally thought it was a knockoff. What in the actual grid is this thing? Go away! Just to remind you, a bunch of businesses with official permission said that this was okay, and I'm so glad they did. Although it seemed like they were a little embarrassed by it, considering that I can't find any
Now Sausage Roll Man will depart from this meme community. Yes, you did need to know that.
and the fact that Slug Pelton actually put it in a Freddy in Space 3 boss fight, which is pretty fun.
My mom called me nigga when she saw my tan from holiday emoji skull. Cause I say them all to my brother.
First up, there's the Funko cereal, because of course Funko also makes cereal. Anyways, they released a FNAF edition in 2018, specifically based on Blacklight Rockstar Freddy, which is just so oddly specific, and the cereal itself is not really that interesting. But that's not the end of FNAF cereal. There's actually one more that was officially released, the Nightmare Puffs, released by the NYE company, also in
She called me a nigga boy. Isaac said bad word.
the same year. The packaging literally looks like a fake branded cereal that would be in one of the games as a joke. But no, it's actually real. The back also has a cutout to make a withered Freddy mask, which is amazing. As we get up in the morning, we're obviously gonna need some FNAF themed slippers. So I think Hot Topic sells these mortifying mods. God, I love slippers that make the character's head poke out of the front. They're always so goofy. But before we leave for school in the morning, and dear God, I hope our school is FNAF themed as well, we'll need to wear one of these terrible
Is anybody gonna join?
It is fine, Octo gave me the pass.
I'm here on my own.
Pure Isaac said the N-word.
If Otto gave him the pass, it's fine.
It's the morning pair.
So, it's 2:30 in the afternoon here. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Don't you know the saying?
WTF y'all, and I can't say a slur.
I've got that.
ITS not a Sunday morning, ITS not like I said the N-word in a church.
I got that
I love the
keychain.
saying.
I got that keychain. He's on the floor right now. He's keeping my page into the pit. What? His head turns? What? How do I not know this? Oh my god, it does! Holy mother of pregnant MatPat.
I don't go to church like a good Catholic.
I only ever went to church if my primary school made me.
Good.
It's just so uncanny to me. Like, Foxy is holding up his hook, trying to look intimidating, but he just doesn't know what to do with his other hand. Let's also decorate the outside of our house with these giant inflatable FNAF characters. I know it
I've heard that guy for like 2 days. How did I not know he could turn his head?
by Morgan Enterprises in 2017. There's just so many things wrong with how they look, but that's obviously to be expected from the players. Seeing these scallywags on someone's front lawn would be so terrifying. So let's just put
Oh, it's one of these trees.
so they can just stare at you while you sleep. Well, we're pretty much done with all the first products, but I do want to take a moment to talk about my favorite non-first FNAF product, the Super Racers. Although these weren't made by Funko, they're easily one of the best pieces of FNAF merch, right next
Wait, what day is it? Wednesday. Alexa, what day is it?
Good afternoon, George. It's Wednesday, the 28th of August.
Let's just point out Isaac can't say the N-word and I can't say a measly slur.
Alright, Candy, just say it once.
Why can't he, you Candy? I give you full permission to say the N-word for one time, Yuzomi.
Today we've got 8 FNAF League racers to compete for the best time. Each racer will get 3 attempts and will take an average of their times as the score. And the winner will earn the title of most aerodynamic.
Yay, okay, I ain't fucking retarded.
And would you look at that, starting it off strong with a 1.19 second average. It's Chica's turn on the raceway, and ooh, she's
No, I'm okay.
putting her right behind Toy Freddy's place. And now for her cupcake turn, which actually ends up taking first place with a 1.18 second average. Cut 10. Foxy's turn is up next, and wow, yet another first place being taken with a 1.16.
See, it's not a bad slur.
And oh my god,
Candy, you're scaring me. Emoji crying loudly.
rankings are a content blood power. Now with the Puppet's turn, let's see if they can raise the stakes once more. And ooh, not quite. They scored a 1.17 second average, putting them in third place. The Subi Volbit takes a turn.
We all have said the word retarded.
I haven't.
Putting them in dead last.
Do you want that one time use it can only be used today?
And oh my god, what an upset.
Cry harder, I don't know.
Stealing first place right in the last second, which means Ennard wins the most aerodynamic animatronic award. A round of applause for Ennard. And now with all that out of the way, let's add a few FNAF posters as the finishing touches, and the room is finally complete. It was so much fun to look at all the first official FNAF merch that's come out over the years. It's pretty crazy how much of it is
You've never said the word retarded.
details and whatnot.
No!
And some of the ugly looking products still end up being pretty charming. I don't like it when people say
Pear.
merchandising ruins the horror of the original, because that scary FNAF 1 pizzeria during the day was literally a place full of fun mascots for children to enjoy.
What?
Horror has always only been there in a specific context, so although I do love all this silly FNAF merch, I also still wish it was better quality because
I don't like it. I once got called it and I never liked it.
make sure to like and subscribe, and also if you want to help support me, check out my merch store called
That's just sad.
or even use code PODCON for gamer subs if you want to have some tasty energy while playing an intense FNAF game. Also, comment down below what your favorite FNAF game is. Personally, I can't really choose between Security Breach Ruin, the original FNAF 2, and Hellbourne 2. I don't know, I'm gonna end the video now. Okay, bye!
You've never said it to your sister?
No! Why the hell would I say it to my sister?
Boop. I don't know. Cause you can. I call my brother retarded all the time.
Time is such a weird concept to me. It happens no matter what, always has been going on, and forever will. Even when we as humans are no longer here on this planet, it's almost like a currency of sorts. You can spend time doing things such as playing video games, hanging with a friend, watching a video that's going through your so right now. When you spend time doing something, you will never get that time back ever. So you're free
I call myself retarded big smiles.
why am I talking about time? Why am I saying
Yeah, but I don't use it because of the one time I got called it.
space I've never seen before?
I took great offense to it.
Personality I will never get to know. Well, it's because it has been exactly 10 years since 2000.
Good job, Isaac.
10 years is so insignificant. It's like comparing a grain of sand to the beach, but to us humans, it's a scale of time. Everything can change for the better or worse. What the fuck is that? What I'm honestly, 15, I think most of us can agree that what happened that day was for the better.
Here IT some life advice if they called you retarded, left, right and good night.
It has now officially been 10 years since Five Nights at Freddy's hit the internet and changed indie horror and gaming forever. Created by Scott Cawthon, Five Nights at Freddy's became an instant sensation among online spaces and it evolved into many games.
Does that even make sense?
And most importantly, a thriving
Boop.
community with millions of fans with an undying love for the franchise. But how did we get to this point? What happened in the last 10 years that was able to bring FNAF into the spotlight of an easily recognizable icon and game and keep that position into the present and inevitable future? Which strings was Scott Cawthon pulling to continue the momentum of his game?
Do I need to dumb my tea down?
Ever before? Well,
Yes, because you forget how dumb I am.
hoaxes to rumors, teasers and trailers, fears to controversy, and everything in between. This is a comprehensive retrospective of Five Nights at Freddy's and its 10-year history.
Left fist, right fist, good night. Foul.
Oh. Right, yeah. You forget I'm a very dumb individual.
Emoji thumbs up, emoji brain, new knowledge.
Further than 2014.
Good night, bitch.
In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth. Now, darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." This is on Spirit born on June 4th, 1978 in Bell County, Texas.
Pear got 1 skill point from learning the knowledge.
And Isaac got plus 10 Sigma points for teaching me the said knowledge.
Christian and even into the start of his game development career, he was creating Christian adventure games. In 1994, Scott created his first video game called Judas, using his software his mom had bought him when he was just 13, called Click and Play, which was a debut product from a pretty unknown computer software company at the time called ClickTeam, which will become very important later. Either way, just looking one look at this game now,
Aura points Eureka.
yeah, it hasn't exactly aged the best, but Scott was still determined to pursue this career path.
Sigma points, emoji confounded face, emoji crying loudly.
Models and graphics. However, at the same time, we would continue using tools provided by ClickTeam, another one of which was released in the same year, called Click and Create. From 1996 to 2002, Scott would have
Points.
decent amount of work on his portfolio during
Emoji honeybee, QQ, you have 8980 pair points.
5 different fully animated short films. These were each titled respectively Week's Vacation,
Points.
Adventure, Week's Snowball Fight, Bird Village the movie, and Bird Village Second Best. These films were focused on birds, shocker, and convenience.
Isaac plays Minecraft, emoji video game, you have 690 pair points. Redeem coffee. Emoji honeybee, QQ, you successfully redeemed coffee for Surfer 250 pair points.
I literally just downed my other one.
Was made in 2001, attaining Week's Vacation again, Week's Snowball Fight, and Bird Village the movie. Now, the only one that gets lost is the Second Nest. I couldn't find any information on whether or not these films were made by Scott himself or when some films were open.
Gamble 690.
Seriously impressive.
Go get coffee, bitch.
Ask
Roll
nicely.
99, Isaac plays Minecraft, emoji video game, 12070 pair points and now has 2070 pair points.
Ask nicely, Candy. Maybe I will.
To be downloaded on Scott's website, scottgames.com. Liverpool was definitely a product of its time. Being a 2D side-scrolling RPG, this was far from being the last type of game Scott would create. Just 3 years later, on June 13th, 2011, he would create the Pilgrim's Progress video game.
Gamble 10.
Video game actually has quite a
Rolled 5-4, Isaac plays Minecraft, emoji video game, 120 pair points and now has 2080 pair points. Gamble 1000. Rolled 1-5, Isaac plays Minecraft, emoji video game, lost 1000 pair points and now has 1080 pair points. Can you please get coffee, emoji folded hands.
Being a sequel to the Desolate Room, I would say that's Scott Cawthon Lopez before. Well, you know, there's so much to talk about this game that I think I could make an entire video on it by itself in the future. But just know that when you look at this game, you're going to see a lot of similarities in its structure works. And man, the areas in this game are just so uncanny and also so
What do we think, Isaac?
detailing. The environments are just outstanding. Also, how the fuck is this related to Christianity? Not just by the fact that I called this game a Scott Cawthon's Mac Opus before FNAF, we think that this game was pretty successful. Now that these parts are different. Up until this point, it even worked.
Get a coffee, now.
I had just mentioned, all self-made by Scott himself.
Isaac, you will ask
I
nicely.
need breakfast anyways, so choose quickly please.
Games, this lack of success in the actual game,
Alright, I'll get a coffee in a minute.
He. Gamble 1080. Rolled 1-5, Isaac plays Minecraft, emoji video game, lost 1080 pair points and now has 10 pair points.
And this, kids, is why we don't gamble.
Gambling addict's big smile.
Its other works, as he didn't want to spend as much time on something that could end up like everything before it. So while the Desolate Room was in the works for 2 years, it does a fourth of that time. Starting with the most important part of the game, Scott had to decide what animals the animatronics were going to be based on. This didn't
Hey ya.
Shut.
June 13th, 2014, the Demons.com was FNAF to Steam Greenlight on the same day, the first and only trailer of FNAF be uploaded to his YouTube channel. Then a day later, Scott would start up a Kickstarter for the project. But then just 3 days after, he would cancel it for unknown reasons. There are actually some interesting things that can be seen with this Kickstarter. For one, Freddy was referred to as Freddy Bear instead, and there were multiple different rewards for pledging a certain amount for $10. You could get
This feels weird. What you doing?
Why does it feel weird, Isaac? I'm going back and revisiting stuff.
I am separated from Sausage Roll Man now. What is my purpose?
I don't know, Isaac.
Become the Sausage Man. No. I am thinking something much more. ITS time. My villain arc begins.
Oh, great.
I'll help ya. I am too powerful to need help. Eight bet. I'm going to watch from the sidelines then it. I sent you something, pair.
Oh, give me a minute.
Sims may agree, just implement difficulty. However, things have been distinct from each other. Laughs with every year from Bone Guy. He gives us one last request before being stupidly killed.
Come on, I missed 5 mins.
I don't know what that was all about.
Now, I have no idea how people found this out. Reversing the audio and touching it up, the garble turned out to actually be an excerpt from a book called Autobiography of a Yogi in paragraph 36 of chapter 8.
Did Candy or Isaac leave?
Isaac's beginning his villain arc, Candy's gone to make breakfast.
Nobody knows why this book was used. However, it has since become sort of common knowledge that 5 audio comes from this book.
Villain arc FR.
Funny that if you were to ask a Gen Zer if they know what this book is,
Anyways, did you tame the wolf?
most likely say no. Either way,
I did not because
I hope Candy made herself coffee.
of $120. But we are done. In the main menu of the game, we are rewarded a star for completion of the main state. However, below the continue button is
I still don't I still do not have
which is essentially just a harder night than night 5. There isn't a phone this one. It just threw you straight into it. When
any
you
bones.
fix this, you're rewarded with 50 fucking cents of overtime pay. What the fuck? Also on the menu, you get a second star. Most intriguingly, a custom night ranging from 0 to 20, you can individually set the AI levels of each animatronic. I don't think when Scott Cawthon added this feature, did he realize that this would end up creating an entirely different
Bonus.
media than that. But at the same time, he didn't really expect this game to take off, so this game really nailed everything it said to do. The sound design is amazing. It even comes to play with certain cues being memorizable on what they do. The mechanics are simple, the gameplay loop is fun, and most importantly, it is fucking terrifying. You never feel safe in this office, and the only time
I'm back.
is with these huge
There she is. Candy, did you make yourself a coffee with your breakfast?
for so long because of how much power they consume. The characters are iconic and so distinctive from one another. But credit and together mask the horror. But enough of what I thought about this game. What did the public think of it at the time?
Hey, Candy.
Immediately, FNAF became an almost overnight success. And I don't think anyone can argue against the fact that YouTube videos about the game were a massive contribution, especially Let's
Kennedy is back, big smile.
The very first Let's Play of this game would actually be
No
uploaded
coffee
to
cause my brother broke me coffee maker.
by someone
Bruh.
named Ben the Scubist. Now you're probably confused as to how this video came out so much earlier than the actual release date of the game, without playing a copy of the demo either.
Ants keep getting in my screen.
Gave Ben an early copy
Rip.
of the game. While Ben didn't donate to the failed Kickstarter for the game, obviously, he did actually record and
How do
play
ants keep getting in your screen?
was even announced, and being probably the first to actually upload a full playthrough of the game, Scott
Anyways.
and appreciated this gesture, so the two got to talking, and Ben received an early copy of the game, and well, the rest is history. While Ben never really got the regular
I don't know.
out, people only found this out after the interview he did for a section of a Sega Hawks video. After the game was officially released, it was only a matter of days before the game would skyrocket into the public sphere, and the fuse to that rocket would be lit on August 10th, 2014. A British YouTuber by the name of Yummy Mag would upload his playthrough of the FNAF demo just a mere 2 days after the game's official release. While being one of the
LOL Axolotl, my name isn't Kennedy, it's just a name I loved as a kid and it's just stuck. I prefer you call me Candy.
barely got past night 1 for the entire video, and it sits at just barely 1 million views. But the thing that makes this video really special is who would be inspired to record their own gameplay
Sausage Roll Man and Keyhead dressed as a hot dog, best duo in the universe.
Save £360 and experience Gemini AI with the new Google Pixel 9 Pro XL. Plus, save up to £420 with
My
Candy.
phone on drugs, y'all.
Candy, why don't you change it? Why don't you change the Kennedy name? Just find a way to change it.
My name is Markiplier, and welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's, an indie horror game that you guys suggested en masse, and I saw that Yami Mash played it, and he said it was really
Sausage Roll Man is a separate entity.
eager to see what is up.
Okay, Ken, I mean Candy.
First ever video on Five Nights at Freddy's would be uploaded to YouTube on August 12th.
I did change it.
Being inspired by
No, like change it to Candy.
will understand how crazy
Change it to like your username.
the fact that one of Mark's old friends playing the game inspired him to
It's still the best duo.
in the most popular Let's Play of the FNAF series by far, and even one of the most
They can
Let's
unite.
Play videos in general, sitting at a whopping 100
Unite.
million views. It's just
Nah.
absolutely fucking insane. This would also lead to the exposure of FNAF to
Alright.
millions of people, as well as Markiplier himself. Hell, in fact, this was the case for me. My first ever Markiplier and FNAF video was this playthrough, and I remember so distinctly seeing this video when it first came out. My family and I had just moved to a new house, and in the same week while we were getting things set up, they had just finished hooking up our smart TV we had to the internet. Since our parents didn't want me and my brothers getting in the way of their moving, they just let us on to YouTube on the TV. Upon
Rip Pickaxe.
since we weren't logged into any account or anything, it just showed us what was
I'm known as Candy in so many streams I can't change it.
Markiplier's first jump scare by Foxy had also just happened to me and my brother's first jump scare as well. And I remember just being so freaked out at that. Also,
Rip Random Villager House and Pickaxe.
earliest memories I have of being in this game. Anyways, enough of that lame
I'm not telling you to change your YouTube username.
baby. This was the explosion for the rocket, and now hundreds, if not tens
I like the name Kennedy more.
content on the game, exposing FNAF to millions of people, with even some probably most notably Dr.
Bless me.
uploading his first FNAF video on August 15th. But there were many notable names who also upload their respective gameplay videos, such as Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie, and 4Days Kenshin, who would actually
LOLTY, when I was younger I loved it.
Scott. And it wasn't just Let's Players either. Musicians, digital artists, animators, theorists, the FNAF
But my name is Katie.
rapid pace with no sign of slowing down. So while I
New information. I'm still gonna call you Candy though. Candy feels better. Candy feels more like
Name reveal.
Candy feels more better since that's what we've known you as for so long.
Yeah, my name is Katie. Before Jaw 6 on. We prefer Candy. Candy is a girl confirmed.
Let's talk about fan art. Now, while it is a popular belief that the Mealy, yes, the guy who invented the ink machine, was the first person to post FNAF fan art on the internet, that would actually
Finally, Bonus.
2 days earlier on August 11th on Twitter.
Yeah, bonus.
LOL.
I just gotta figure out where that
A painting of Freddy Fazbear.
wolf
I think it's an awesome
Yes, Candy is a girl.
when.
at least that we know of. Maybe there's a cave drawing out there with Fox on it or something. Animators would also go crazy with this game. Crazy Force's Troll Palace video. Five Nights at Freddy is animated. Lance Hopkins had animated. Happens to be done by Hidden Animations.
Really?
Countless amount of SF animations based on Mario.
That's a cat.
Joking. It's Prob on Adventure.
What was that last part? You probably noticed I left out one main
It probs is.
LOL.
and it's Easter eggs and lore. The way that students throughout the game are able to get involved with different unique Easter eggs, such as different newspaper clippings detailing incidents involving missing children, creepy little children crying, and of course, Freddy. While I can't pin down who coined this term because Scott himself didn't call it as a first, it was definitely popularized by Markiplier with his second video on the game where he encountered all of Freddy and this is about the story of the game. Now, there are tons of theories being speculated upon because of the nature of the game. Scott didn't go with the traditional approach
Before, when I was 5 years old, I spawned a bunch of Endermen thinking they were friends. Where are you building the back rooms?
No.
I was on creative, don't judge me.
It's alright, I don't need to judge.
I'm sure everyone knows who Matt Patter game theory is right now. The forerunner of the FNAF theory scene, if not the forerunner. Uploading his first FNAF video on October 23rd, 2014, he made the absolutely batshit insane.
So what were you building?
My home?
I play creative, it's all good. Was that an Armadillo?
Armadillo, yeah.
Oh, so it's a basement.
Yeah, yeah.
You should make baby villagers mass produce and distribute white powder. Time to brush me teeth. In the basement. Ship a P-head dressed as a hot dog commented arson 5000 times.
Sparky the dog was created a little bit after the game was released by two people named Coda Bear and Nougat. It was rumored that Sparky was a Secret 6 animatronic, and how you could see Sparky on Cam 5, the backstage camera. It would post proof of this being real, and it would spread like wildfire. After a month or so, however...
Oh yeah, Candy, how is your name backwards?
Tumblr page, due to the fact they got so out of hand, with people digging through FNAF's game files, trying desperately to find Sparky, and people having to constantly remove
Font, I think.
as an individual product. The reason this was able to be spread for so long, even after it was announced to be fake, was probably because the Photoshop job was honestly really well done, even for today's standards, and especially back then. The thing that made this really convincing was probably how the static of the camera was laid on top
What
of
font?
it flawlessly. The design itself being relatively consistent to the other animatronics. The 1987 secret ending, on the other hand, albeit it was proven fake really easily, was actually made canon in a sort of weird way. The original rumor was that if you
I don't know, Face Magi.
the game, you would get a secret ending. Obviously, nothing actually happened when players did this until Scott caught wind of it. It would later update the game, so if you input 1987 now, you could get a Golden Freddy jump scare and a game crash, which it still does to this day. This, while being a really small change,
Okay, let me try.
in a weird way. Like, Scott noticed this rumor being spread around the community, and instead of ignoring it or shutting it down, he decided to do a little joke that not only debunked the rumor, but also turned into a fun Easter egg that was also used to troll people. I could really go on.
Yo, pair, how do you peel wood?
Pieces of media that are being released left, right, and center around this time, such as Garrett Williamson's How to Make Fun of
Like, I think it's the axe.
to being 10 hours long, even if I just touched on everything briefly. So I'll move on to the day of September 24th, 2014.
You can peel wood.
On Scott Cawthon's previously mentioned website, scottgames.com, he would occasionally change it to give updates on his projects. However, on that September day, he did something he had
Isn't it called strip wood?
he posted a teaser
Yeah.
for his next project, and it was pretty obvious as to what this could mean.
Dark.
or Freddy model, the file itself was literally
I
called
don't know how my name's upside down.
for a 2015 release date. However, it wasn't known what month just yet. Just 4 days later, on September 28th,
The wood name is named Stripwood, so why peel?
and something new. This was the first look we had of a completely new character, and this implied the fact that, well, the cast in the first game were probably all destroyed now, whereas the
Oh, okay, Candy.
all of them withered. Going into October on the 8th, another teaser would replace the previous one, this time showcasing Foxy and a different variant. At the time was nicknamed
My friend sent it to me in another live stream and I joined a cult.
It's interesting to see at this point in time, and we'll hear as a hook with the actual release of the game, its absent from new design. Another 8 days later, we would get the most revealing teaser out of all of them, which would be a first look at the mask mechanic. Not just that, it would also be a and just 5 days
May I join too?
later, a video to achieve
Only one cult, how pathetic mortal.
I guess, sure.
time was insane.
Cult of stream.
It made sense. So many new things were being revealed, such as The Office, animatronics,
I did invite Candy and Isaac to join, but Candy, according to Candy, it's too early in the morning, and Isaac didn't say anything because he's on his villain arc.
Rich song, it would say some cryptic shit or something like that, but it just turned out to be Rich's. Then sometime around November, we would get the final teaser, a simple cam button with a danger symbol around it. This would start a trend where people would now sometimes have to manipulate the image to get even more information, because if you brightened the teaser in Photoshop, it would reveal the puppet or the marionette it was more popularly called at the time. I'll be honest, the marionette was and still is a
You never question me on my villain arc, understand? 8. I'm going to join the cult without knowing anything.
earliest. However, Scott had different plans, because on November 5th,
I'm part of like 6 cults, dude. One's worshipping a flower.
They're probably wondering what the fuck this is and why I'm bringing this up in a bunch of teasers. Well, what you're looking at is actually the first ever FNAF fan game hosted to Game Jolt. Created by Zammins, this is literally just a game
Makes sense, you a bee.
textured human models that sort of resemble Freddy and Freddy only.
PF.
This is the first FNAF fan game to ever be posted on Game Jolt.
LOL.
FNAF 2 is fucking hilarious.
I only like one type of flower.
Like 6 days. Wait, FNAF 2
It is a bee cult.
I put the lobster in my revolute. You put this bad boy on yours. No one's gonna watch a 3-hour film about you like I'm gonna need you one.
Much to everybody's surprise, FNAF 2 would actually be released on November 11th, 2014, despite the release date being teased to be around 2015. But hey, nobody was complaining. A day after the game was released, Scott would update his website to display a single...
And I hate that flower at the same time. I'm in a sausage roll cult and some other things that might count as a cult too.
Essentially everything being changed except the fact that, well, you don't want the animatronics killing you, duh. Because of the fact there are literally twice as many animatronics in FNAF 2 compared to FNAF 1, I'm going to cover how you deal with them much more briefly and focus more on the phone calls. Starting up a new game, it starts very similarly to FNAF 1, with a newspaper clipping detailing the grand reopening of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. The pay is lower though, however, being $100.50 instead of the previous $120. This may just seem like simple wage step for a shitty company, however, this will become important later on when we come to see the story of the game.
Change your name to Keyhead dressed as a hot dog. I like daisies, it makes good suspicious stew. See what will happen. I was once a sausage roll on Discord.
Since they were never given a night mode, they still continue to wander around and still try to find people, which in this case is a night guard to play as. There's two solutions to this, the previously mentioned mask and a music box. The mask is a hollowed out Freddy head which apparently tricks the facial scanners of the animatronics into thinking one of them. However, the music box is a totally different story. You know how I said there were only 2 threats? It's actually more like 3, with the aforementioned marionette or puppet from the teasers. To deal with her is relatively simple. On the prize corner camera is a button you can remotely use to wind the music box. Keep it from depleting entirely, otherwise it's a jump scare. The final piece of information we get for this night is how our flashlight works. It only really is used for the flashlight can run out of power. The building lights cannot, since the pizzeria is actually powered by something that's more powerful than 20-year-old AAA batteries on a TV remote with that crusty shit found all over it.
I wonder why.
Night 2's phone call is much shorter, but still gives decent.
Try to press the peel bar button.
Fast trick will work on all of you with animatronics.
I visited my sausage roll ancestors named Sam Kumbabasbis or something.
There you go, chat.
Show up in the hall occasionally, and all you have to do is use our flashlight to, well, flash a light out. There are 3 other animatronics that are also introduced into this film besides Foxy as well. Or 7 animatronics including Balloon Boy, Freddy, and Mangle.
There you go.
And Mangle work relatively similarly, acting like counterparts to Chico's body. Balloon Boy comes from the left vent, and if you see him, put on the mask and wait for a sound cue to make sure it goes away. If you don't, he will jump scare you, but instead get into your office and steal your flashlight batteries. So you won't be able to look down the hall, which will most likely
I was a sausage roll BC. I was bored and wanna get involved in something.
middle hall. You just
What?
put on your mask and wait for them to go away. Same goes for the right vent. However, a loud static sound will play, so it'll be much more obvious when they're in the vent and go away. If allowed into the office, a jump scare is instant. They'll hang around the ceiling for a random amount of time before killing you. Poor Freddy will just come down the
Yes,
hall.
the Sam Kumbabasbis is an animal.
Doing so, just put on your mask as fast as possible, and then he'll go away. Night 3 doesn't have a whole lot of information that is helpful to the player. Just a bit of conversation about
Someone pick 1 or 2. I don't know how to spell it though.
Employees just got lazy and decided to make
2.
it to be a quote, take apart and put back together attraction. If animatronics can feel
I love the Sack and Bambasis.
must fucking suck. We're also some rumors, but that's essentially a phone call. Whether Bonnie, Chica, Freddy are introduced this night and essentially work the same as Toy Freddy. They'll both make their way into your office, and once in your office, you just need to put on the
Me
mask
too, Laura.
so you don't get jump scared.
TY.
The difference between the 3 is that they'll come from different paths, but that's about it. One thing to know about the gameplay, however, is that from this night forward, you don't really use your cameras for anything else other than the music box. Because the rate that the music box counts down is significantly faster than the first night, leaving little to no time at all to check the cams. It's also
Here, pick 1 or 2.
If animatronics are stalled for too long, they'll just
2.
flip your
Axolotl said 2.
put on the mask, which takes up winding time and lets it go down. So from here on out, strategies more
Yip 300 chat MSGS.
possible, and then dealing with
I'm a boy named Laura.
Toy Body and Balloon Boy being the most important. Night 5
Yay.
are essentially hard for
Just kidding.
3. There aren't any new animatronics introduced, so
It's for a different thing but cool.
Night 4's phone call is quite boring to say the least. Letting your player know that some investigation is now going on at the pizzeria, rather than just spitting some
Okay.
garbage.
Just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may have had to close for a few days. I want to emphasize, though, that it's really just a precaution. That's for entertainment tonight. You know what I'm doing.
One thing that adds to the lore, however, is the fact that the facial recognition system on all the animatronics have been acting weird lately. According to the phone guy, all the animatronics
So, Pear, where is your old house?
don't do anything but stare when it comes to adults. On Snap 5, this phone
Y'all choose me makeup cause I couldn't pick.
calls an entire series as a whole.
I am on my sysax.
Where they came together. That's because it's the first time a different location is mentioned.
What do you mean, my old house?
Contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Red Bear's Family Diner or something like that. Close here, so I doubt we'll be able to track anybody down.
This is the only time Fredbear's Family Diner is brought up in the entire game. And I'll come back to why this was such a pivotal moment for this game's story in the theory section of this game.
Ye the one Isaac burnt down.
$100.
This isn't that world.
Last game, in Act 2 does not end off at night 5. The title screen, you have an option to play 6th night, which does actually have some pretty notable changes compared to night 5. Starting night 6, you get a phone
Last
call
one,
from a
1 or
very
2.
sounding phone guy who has this to say.
Wait, wow. Isaac, you pyromatic maniac. 1.
Yeah, 1.
He tells us to just finish his shift as it would be dangerous to leave in the middle of the night, and out tomorrow there's a single event scheduled, a birthday party. As for the gameplay of this night, essentially just
1.
a harder version of night 5, except one major key difference.
What does that big word mean?
Golden Freddy is an actual animatronic
Yeah, Candy, 1. I can't remember if I said 1 or not.
So what color did you choose? Y'all picked an interesting combo, but gulp.
Put on your mask. Otherwise, well, at this point you should know what happens. Defeating the Night will grant us a check worth $20 and 10 cents overtime, and a newspaper clipping which reads the following: Freddy Fazbear's is closing. After being open only a few short weeks, Freddy Fazbear's
You mean the Sam Kumbabazbis.
new animatronics will be scrapped due to possible malfunctions. However, the original characters are being kept in hopes of a possible reorganization of the company.
It's the Elder Sausage Roll.
We are confident that we will reopen someday, even if it is with a much smaller budget. CEO Fazbear Entertainment. Upon completing Act 6, we are rewarded with the ability to gain access to the
If I had the money to buy Minecraft.
animatronics from Source 20. And on that note, I think it's time to talk about the reception this game got after its release. While the first game released,
Oh, I was
the ball rolling for a spot,
I was about to say, I suppose God, if it breaks before,
more so than the first one did.
if it breaks when I've only got,
Much clearer storytelling that allowed for the community and newcomers alike to become invested. You might have noticed I skipped out on
one
a
block.
portion of the game, and it's probably the biggest reason as to why
It's Sakaban Bossies.
attention more to the story, and that's the Easter eggs. There were so many unique Easter eggs in the game, just sprinkled tidbits of lore around, and some that were just added for the hell of it. Most notably, the secret
Y'all gave me brown mascara, orange blush, and pink highlighter. Oh my bad. Pink.
Oh,
No problem.
First we had JJ, which was simply just a retextured female version of
this is, there should be a lesson to you, Candy. Never let us choose anything unless it's for Minecraft builds.
What's a highlighter?
would very rarely show up in prize corner or your left vent, and it's simply just an endoskeleton. It won't actually do anything to your gameplay whatsoever, except when they appear in the left vent, they'll actually prevent another animatronic from going in its spot. So Endo is actually kind of a good guy, except, the dude barely shows up, so I wouldn't really rely on it. The last two were definitely the most
Make up stuff.
and coolest, that being Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie. Shadow Freddy would have a chance to appear in parts and service once.
Didn't what I say highlighter, emoji skull, and no, not the one on the page.
Really creepy to
Use
see a
purple.
blackish version of Freddy with my eyes. Shadow Bonnie, also
Or
known as,
red.
and I quote, RWQFSASXC. I have no idea why the fuck they called that. Is an extremely rare animatronic that has a 1 in 1 million chance of showing up in your office. All they are is a blacked out version of Shadow Bonnie. However, this is the only secret.
I've never touched a makeup thing before.
If you stare at Shadow Bonnie for around 4 seconds, your game will just close unless you flash your light at him. She'll then fade away. Also, fun fact, you know how I said they were supposed to be a 1 in 1 million chance of spawning?
I have once.
Shadow Bonnie was supposed to be a 1 in 1 million chance. However, the game only has a 16-bit integer limit, meaning the maximum number it can store was only 65.
Same, but I know most of them.
So if you divide that
My
by
ex tried teaching me
the
it.
chance of Shadow Bonnie appearing is actually 1 in 16,384, or around 0.065%. They're obviously still rare as fuck to encounter, but not 1 in 1 million rare. This is a
Don't
really
ask me how I don't know either.
Obviously, I just thought that was really interesting. Anyways, I'll stop yapping about bits and shit or whatever. Let's talk about the bit.
Why do you want glitter on your face?
After you die to the puppet, every time you die to any animatronic in the game, there's a chance your screen will start to glitch and play static. You'll be greeted to one of 4 mini games: save them, take cake to the children, give gifts, give life, or Foxy Go Go Go. Starting with take cake to the children, you play as Freddy and have to go around feeding kids by walking up to them. However, in the outside area of the restaurant, a crying child can be seen. After a little bit, a car drives up to the kid, and then what seems to be a man comes out, Purple Man. The child starts to cry even more and more and more until he turns red. And then the man gets back into his car and drives away. Once
To make parts of HR face more interesting.
title screen. Speaking of the puppet, give gifts, give life has you playing as an animatronic. In a room with what seems to be 4 dead bodies. Go to each body and give them a gift. To which then now you need to go back to each body and give life. Putting a mask of one of the 4 original animatronics onto the children. Once you're done with the final mask, however, you'll get jump scared by Golden Freddy. What's really interesting about this one is the fact that just for a single frame, you can actually
Even I know
see
that axolotl.
the room without a mask before being jump scared. Also, while doing this, the phrase "help them" is slowly being spelled out. Foxy Go Go
And
Go
that is saying something.
Well, Foxy do is wait till it's time to go, and then once you've gone to the next room, 5 kids are cheering for you. This is repeated a second time. However, on the 3rd time, a purple man can be see on the left side of the stage, smiling. When you go this time, all the kids are dead, and then you're jump scared by Withered Foxy. Save Them is the final minigame, and I saved this one for last because it happens to be the rarest, with only a 1 in 10 chance of getting this minigame after you die. This one is much more complicated than the others as well, as there are multiple ways for this game to end, so I'll go into each way. Playing as Freddy once again, you navigate...
I am a boy Isaac D's I mean Isaac knows makeup even tough we never wore it.
Similar to the Give Gifts minigame, every 30 seconds there's a 1 in 3 chance that the game will just end out of nowhere, along with the 1 in...
Why had this chat turn into a beauty salon?
But most interestingly is a rare
I don't know.
to the right, with a 1 in 100 chance the same purple man from the 2 minigames will rush toward you.
Gosh, I forgot the word and
Contact, the minigame will end with blue static and the words "can't" at the bottom left. The other 2 ways this minigame can end is through touching one of the 5 dead bodies scattered around the map.
cause IT has now shut up and let me mascara your eyebrows.
All these other endings, however, you always get red static instead of blue. Jeez, that was a lot of information about the Easter eggs. And some of you may have forgotten why I'm bringing this up in the first place. And it's actually where I'm supposed to talk about the community and such when this could have been talked about in the game section. And well, that's because of theories. Theories were now popping up left,
What the F is a mascara?
or
Who you talking to?
some of these theories were turned
That's not where mascara goes.
was missing the mark entirely. Who was the killer? Mabel to the bite of 87? Were there actually 2 killers? Is Koichi really that bad of a bitch? I remember the most popular theory at the time was the fact that the phone guy was actually the Purple Man, or as the community would name him, the Purple Guy. This would be mainly pushed by MatPat once again. However, this time, it was
Eyelashes
actually,
MB.
fucking believable and not total nonsense. Maybe even evidence of it was driving
LOL.
was the fact that in the minigame, it appears to be that he's holding a phone, which I mean, yeah, it does. With that same logic, you can say that his badge was actually a fucking piece of toast. This was very widely accepted, though. In every other theory related to the Purple Guy was just kind of pushed off, at least for now. The only other theory I can recall...
I was up since 4 am Candy Don't blame me.
The fact that the Act 2 was actually a prequel of the story timeline. People started to suspect this at the end of the game when you receive your paycheck. The date is November 12th, 1987. In the first game, Fight of 87 was talked about in past tense, so that opened up a whole can of worms that ended up actually being true. This was also pushed by the fact that the nighttime phone call, previous
Why were you up at 4 am?
which then led to a bunch of discourse on what the fuck that even was. I mean, I really could go on and on about these theories and questions. What happened to Toy Story? What's up with those cutscenes between nights? Was Mabel static actually them calling the cops? Shit, I fucking hope not, man. Fuck 12. That's relevant to the theories that we there. So it's
Cause my sleep schedule is very fucked.
obviously that happened.
To do whatever the...
Same, Isaac.
My sleep schedule is lowered. Sleep deprivation? Where did my favorite French Canadian go? I'm here just switching devices. Guys, let's make a joke that Axolotl doesn't understand. Abe, I'm going to go, so bye.
Okay.
Very clearly just a shitty golden Freddy edit, a different colored puppet, and Shadow Balloon Boy. If I'm being honest, these all fucking suck.
Adios.
Like, none of them had any redeeming qualities that would make them a cool hoax like Sparky. Purple Guy was already a secret character. Puppet Recolor was just lazy as fuck. And out of all the animatronic you can make a shadow variant of, about. You chose fucking Balloon Boy. Man, these folks are making me mad because of how fucking dog shit they were, dude. I need something to make me relax. Yeah, that's right. The Max Mode Challenge was back. Now, take a guess. How long do you think it took someone to beat 1020? A week? 2 weeks? Well, how about 2 fucking days after release? Oh, look, it's FNAF would become the world's first 1020 victor on November 13th, 2014, taking 103 attempts before finally completing the challenge. It's honestly baffling to me how fast he was able to come up with a strategy and use that strategy to beat 1020. Although there was definitely quite a bit of luck involved, since 1020 is regarded as a max mode involving the most RNG. Either way, though, Olaf will receive a personal congratulations to not just Scott, but also Jacksepticeye of all people, which I
Sue.
know must have just felt
See ya,
amazing.
Axolotl.
Also complete the
What
mode,
now?
getting the most views out of any other YouTuber videos. But it should be noted by the time that
Yeah, what now?
there were countless amount of victories before him, including one which was done on the iOS port of the game, which, like, geez, way to speedrun Carpal Tunnel, man. I would also like to mention that very recently, however, it was found out by another YouTuber, The Bones 5, Markiplier did likely actually cheat his 1020 run, to which when I first heard this, I thought it was complete bullshit. But after watching the actual segment of him explain how, I gotta say the evidence is pretty damning, but it's not like it's the biggest deal in the world, and it would be pretty funny if he just started doing 1020 again right now, just saying. Anyways, that's kind of it for FNAF 2. I mean, I could talk about some animation
Where
abilities, but to be honest,
did
the
my
only
string?
thing
Do I not have any
one is
string?
Crazy Horses. However, there are some pretty important things that happened that aren't tied directly to FNAF 2. Before the actual release of FNAF 2, I mentioned how we did get the first ever fan game to be posted on GameJolt. However, when you think of a FNAF fan game nowadays, I don't think shooting Freddy Fazbear in the face is really what you think of. You think of something more similar to the original series gameplay. And on November 2nd, 2014,
Now we
get the
boogie.
first sign of a traditional
Emoji
FNAF
mirror
fan
ball.
game hosted by NR1996 on DeviantArt.
You had some after you killed that spider.
Treasure Island, a FNAF fan game that took aspects from the creepypasta abandoned by Disney, written by Slime Beast. There wouldn't be any more posts from Anart for the rest of the month about the project.
I didn't see it.
30th, to which they would post a render of one of the rooms. Then just a single day later, on December 1st, they'll post on DeviantArt once again, announcing the demo for the game. They'll put a link to the game in the description of the post. However, sadly, it doesn't work anymore. One interesting thing to note, however, is actually what is already said at the bottom. I secretly hope that Markiplier will see this. XD. Not only would their wish come true, but they would get much more attention than they were expecting. Markiplier would make a playthrough of the game and upload it to his YouTube channel, which is most likely what gave the game was a distraction, along with more attention and a handful of other YouTubers. While being pretty impressive at the time, Treasure Island wouldn't last long having the title of the only FNAF-style fan game out there, as the year ended and another one started.
Now we boogie.
Started to become more abundant, with games like One Night at Flunkies, Five Nights at
Did I throw it
Freddy's,
away or
and Five
something?
Nights at Freddy's 3. Wait, what? Yeah, before the official Five Nights at Freddy's 3 came out, someone by the name of DFP Films or Tyler Ostrom wondered, hey, what if I just stole a shit ton of assets from FNAF 1 and 2, combined them together, and advertised it as a third game? That wouldn't be that bad, right? Right? Uploading his magnificent creation to GameJolt on December 23rd, 2014, he simply titled the fan game Five Nights at Freddy's 3. This caused a ton of confusion on whether this game was official or not, which, if I'm being honest, I have no idea how you would see this as official, but Tyler decided to try and dial it back a bit by adding fan made in the title. However, this still didn't help a whole lot because
Insert boogie song.
Scott Cawthon had contacted Tyler asking him to politely change the title.
Isaac, you okay?
As he was getting countless complaints in his email about this game he didn't create, Tyler simply renamed the game to The Return to Freddy's and uploaded it to GameJolt on January 5th, 2015. This is
Depends.
the only time I mentioned this game series, since this is the most major event the game went through. On topic of FNAF hoaxes, though, there are two fake creations going around that a lot of people fell for. One was a single photo which showcases FNAF 3 supposedly taking place at an amusement park, and the other taking place at the mall. I'll touch on the Freddyland photo first because it's actually kind of a funny story behind it. The creator of this image, DangerDude991, made this when he was around 14 using Apple Keynote, which is literally used for making presentations, by the way. And then he uploaded it to DeviantArt on November 21st. They didn't intend for this image to be a hoax.
Enter the nether.
It viral soon after with a bunch of people.
Enter the nether I can until I get the diamond pick.
Just around 2 years ago, they would come out and make a post on Reddit saying they were the original creator. Similar to the Freddyland image, Golden Lane Studio had posted their own mock-up FNAF 3 trailer on November 18th, 2014, which depicted a mall in a 3D environment. This one, if I'm being honest, fooled me as a kid. Looking back, I have no idea idea how anyone fell for either of these, considering there were so many things that made it obviously fake. I think it's also pretty funny to note that these two fake teasers were honestly pretty similar in how they work. Both took place at a public location, or intended to just be fan-made mock-ups, but then taken seriously with people
Why is ants surrounding my PC?
developments that took place.
I don't know, you might want to get that checked out.
Splinks would release their iconic SFM models from the original 5 animatronics to the world, which would be used in countless fan animations, mods, and renders. Like seriously, these models were the models you wanted to use if you would create anything FNAF related in SFM.
What should I achieve on my villain arc? You probably have food somewhere and they want it.
Scott Cawthon had updated his website to simply display offline. However, a little under a month later, this site would be updated on December 6, 2014. Now, I wouldn't blame you if you couldn't see how this image was different from the last one. However, using Photoshop to right to the image, it was pretty obvious as to what Scott was hinting at. The message would be replaced soon after with a simple Merry Christmas, and it would stay that way until the next year, on January 4th,
No.
2015. I am still here. The community at the time theorized that this was a red bear.
The snacks near me is closed.
Flipped it, it created a face that kind of resembled a bear. Once
Sealed.
again, in hindsight, this is just people stretching it yet. 11 days later, we would get yet another teaser, this time a box filled with parts from the toy and withered animatronics, essentially confirming that this takes place both after FNAF 1 and 2. Upon also writing up the image for the 10 millionth time, we would get a better look at the mystery animatronic. Then after another 11 days, we finally got the trailer for the third game. Compared to the last two trailers, this didn't reveal a lot of gameplay at all. However, we did get a much better look at the new animatronic, which the community had now nicknamed Golden Bonnie or Salvage. We still didn't get a release date for the game. However, just a single day later, ScottGames.com would be updated to one of the phrases from the trailer, but in purple, before being put back to a box of animatronic parts. As January 2015 had come and gone, the community was ecstatic with this game.
Well, there gotta be SMTH.
So far. And hell, a lot of people even agree that it was the most hyped game in the series, even to this day. And suddenly, on February 4th, Scott updated his website once again, showcasing the map layout for the first time. Upon brightening this image once again, the hidden layout of the map was shown, and we would come to find out what it was later. Another 11 days would go by without a single teaser. Wow, this guy really likes the number 11 for some reason. Until unexpectedly, Scott made a community post on Steam that someone had hacked him into the game to Game Jolt, so he decided to cancel the game. If you were to find this Game Jolt page and download the file, you were greeted to a title screen that looked almost legit. In fact, the music used in this was actually the same music used in the actual FNAF 3, just slowed down a bit. Notice how I said actual FNAF 3, because upon starting a new game, the players were just greeted to there is no pause button, but Freddy's head paste on top of the character. Besides updating his website and uploading trailers, Scott would also do other things to generate hype or reveal certain things, such as trolling the community or even making Steam posts that, while seem normal, actually contain recipes. For example, since the series animatronic that the community had nicknamed Bonnie and Salvage,
I have a paper boat made out of advertisement papers.
the post itself was about beta testing for the game. Some letters were duplicated, and upon taking every single letter that was doubled, it spelled my name, Springtrap. After this, the community would be in a draw with teasers until the last day of February. Guess who? With a photo of a different model of Balloon Boy and a 10 when writing the image. It was believed that this was supposed to be a countdown as the day after March 1st. Another teaser would be updated to the website with different variants of Foxy and Chica with the message, "It's all in your mind." As confusing as this was at the time, the community would have to speculate for long, if at all, on what this meant, because if the number on the Guess Who trailer was actually a countdown, Scott just said fuck that and released the game on March 2nd. Now, when I said the game was released on March 2nd, that was sort of a lie. You see, over the past two installments, Scott was actually putting together a VIP list for certain people to gain early access to his game. This list has grown longer and longer as time went on. When FNAF 3 came out, the only two people I can say for certain were on this list are Markiplier and Cortex Kenshin, both releasing a video on March 2nd, 2015 of the
Phew.
two-night demo, while everyone else was able to get their copy of the full game the next day. Anyways, with that out of the way, I'll get into the meat and potatoes of the game itself. Starting a new game, we are greeted with a newspaper clipping like nothing else we've seen. Instead of working at a pizzeria,
The basement
we have
isn't
a
flooded.
attraction that is actually based on the events of the pizzeria itself. And something to note is the fact that this time around, there is actually no job listing seen anywhere. Nonetheless, all games had some sort of threat that could still kill you.
Your basement floods
Dumb
oof.
on purpose to get killed. FNAF 3's first night is impossible to die on due to the fact that there's actually no threat even inside the building. I'm gonna summarize the phone call really quickly by only covering the bits that are important because the phone call itself is actually pretty damn long. And by the time
Ooh,
it's over,
sugarcane.
the night itself is over. To get some context, we are working at this horror attraction as both a real and prop night guard, with the idea being that as people walk through the haunted house as a building, our office is of one interest and we are part of the attraction itself, being almost like a prop security guard, except the fact that we, aren't actual security guard. The place is supposed to open.
Do I sound dead inside, chat?
Phone guy, or well, phone dude, as he's called, and he's kind of got the server voice. All we gotta do is make
Is anybody gonna join anytime soon? Because I'm pretty lonely.
reason as to why this night has no threats at all. And it's because they're looking for more props from the pizzeria and haven't found anything, well, too
No,
exciting.
not at all.
The plan is, if they still haven't found anything that interesting, the
I don't know.
might have us put on a quote furry suit and make us walk around the place.
You don't know, Candy? Well, no. You must know.
You're too chill to be dead inside.
Thanks.
I wanna, but I don't wanna get out of bed.
Well, that's fair enough, actually. I was gonna say something. I was gonna be. Yeah, I was gonna say other things, but that's actually pretty fair enough.
On following him to the certain room, we are unable to enter. However, trying to go in a different room will result in
Yeah, and you must know why Octal created that event.
I don't, okay? If I knew, I would have told you.
Must. Fine, YK, what invite me then?
last time we ever hear from Phone Dude, not because he died, but because from here on out, our phone calls will consist of training tapes that were found as well, and he lets one play for the rest of the night. This training tape that plays is intended to be listened by a performer / entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's, and here we are first introduced to the idea of hybrid costume. With 2 available suits, they can work both as being an animatronic and being worn as a suit at the same time. However, this is super fucking dangerous due to the fact it can literally cause accidents / injuries / deaths / irreparable and grotesque maiming. The way these costumes go from animatronic to suit, however, is through a very important and iconic part of the series: spring locks. All you have to do is use a crank to compress the spring locks to prevent them from getting in the way, and now it can be worn as the suit. That's basically it for this night's lore. Now I can finally talk about how the gameplay works. If
Why don't you ask
know
Isaac?
about this extremely popular 9-year-old game, you know that Springtrap was introduced into this night. It was the only animatronic in this game that can kill you. Now, to deal with him, you need to use your monitor system, which is at the very right of your office. Upon opening it, there's a lot to see here. To start, you will notice that there's a play audio button and map toggle button, which are both very
Octal touchy touchy.
on Camo 9, you can go through any of these cameras. You can press the play audio button to play an audio lure, which will bring you to the room you just played the audio, if it's not super far away from it. However, you need to watch out for what room you put him in, because it could contain an event. If an event is in said room, he can crawl through it, and that's where the map toggle comes into play. You can toggle between maps using this button, and see cameras that are installed inside events. If Springtrap is inside event, double click the event camera he's in to seal it, so he comes back out. If he goes through completely, you're basically fucked since the event goes directly into your office. Now this gameplay sounds pretty easy, however, there's phantoms. Phantom animatronic can appear in various places. However, if you see them and don't encounter them, you'll get jump scared, but instead of dying, they'll fuck up systems on it. Audio
He better not.
installation. If the audio services are down, then you can't use the audio. If the camera system is down, then you can't use any of the cameras at all. However, you still could use the audio devices if they're online. If ventilation is down, then your screen will occasionally black out. Now, for this video, I'm going to be talking about the phone calls and more, because this is essentially it for the gameplay for the rest of the nights. I mean, except for the fact that it does get harder and some of the phantom animatronics are introduced later on, that's essentially all it is. So that's why I decided to explain it just all there. Anyways, let's move on to this night's minigame. It's essentially the same as last time, but just with body. Follow Shadow Freddy.
Guys, should I say it?
Night 3's phone call is a continuation from Night 2, explaining more about the spring locks. If any pressure or moisture is put on the spring
Say
locks,
what?
and if this happens while you are wearing the suit, they instruct you to fucking leave from any populated areas before you bleed out. The audacity of
Yes
this
or no?
motherfucker. According to the tape,
Hey, I almost accidentally sent you a call of Discord.
Digital map layout took hidden customers, cameras, and animatronics.
Secret.
You're supposed to go there and just die, I guess. I'm starting to think Fazbear.
You mean you almost called me? You mean you almost accidentally called me?
Minigame is single she gets, she dies. Oh no. Night Floor's phone call, while not a direct continuation, is still related to the spring locks. So these spring locks obviously are really sketchy, right? Considering the fact that these can kill you in
IVE called him on accident before.
at a sister location within the company, there were a bunch of spring lock.
God damn it, my power went off.
You don't fucking say. However, if you want to, you can still wear them since they're free of liability. Yeah, let me just put on my portable saw trap for fun. Night 4's minigame is just the same shit except wait.
Yeah, that thing I don't know why my phone added sent.
I've phone call me some more information about the safe room in what is assumably the pizzeria. The phone guy also mentioned something about a spring on the animatronic that was moved, and since it was one of the two suits with the spring locks, he mentioned it's not safe to wear at all. So you know, don't wear that. After this night has ended, however, we finally get to know who Springtrap really is. With this final minigame, we play as a cracked child, making our way to a room where all the dismantled animatronics are. We can finally enter.
Hello, Isaac.
Get closer to him just makes her back away. Using this mechanic, we make him run into a suit.
Should I say it?
Yes, say it. You're all dying to know.
Yes or no? Isaac D.A. Nuts.
Unlike the last two games, there are two endings that are available to be achieved. However, I'll look over the second ending after covering the sixth night nightmare. Like the past three nights, Nightmare Mode's gameplay isn't exactly anything special besides the fact that it's just harder. However, what is really interesting is, once again,
Dude, say fuck now.
also the ending. Going over the phone call first, it is actually the shortest of them all, but it's the final piece of the puzzle on who Springtrap really is and what happened to him. Due to budget cuts, every
Does Isaac know in saying that?
pizzeria had a false wall built to block off the room. Nobody checked walls inside.
I don't know. He might.
Everything inside being forgotten forever.
Probably not.
After this night, we get a newspaper clipping revealing the horror attraction burned down, with it being unknown whether it was on
Carrots.
purpose or accident. But on that note, I'll talk about what needs to be done to get the good ending. Looking back on this,
Oof.
I wonder how the fuck anyone even figured out any of this. Like, this ending is so complicated for no reason with multiple steps and fake outs. But I guess I'll stop bitching. Here's the speedrun on how to get the good ending. Start a new game, go to Camo 8 and click the Balloon Boy poster twice. Get every single balloon, but instead of going towards the exit, go to the top left wall, fall through, go right and get this other balloon. Complete night 1, go to Camo 7 on night 2 and press the buttons on this arcade machine in this order. Get every single part from angle, go above the door, through the wall once again and face the wall. Do this parkour, get the cake, go back to the Balloon Boy minigame and face through the wall. Do parkour again, give this kid cake, complete night 2. On night 3, look for cupcakes on the cameras 02, 03, 04, and 06.
Try to punch Isaac.
Try to punch Isaac? Nah, I'm good.
For some reason, it's a fucking keypad. Insert the numbers 3952248. Do some really weird maze shit and go to this room and give this kid cake. Complete night 4. On night
Fight to
5,
the death.
all the way to the right and click this figure. It's supposed to be shadow body. Go to the left, click the S, and give this kid this cake. Go to Camo 3 on the same night and click the face. Do the last and final cake. Complete night 5. Spring lock this stupid purple fuck. And finally, we have the good ending. On that note, let's talk about what this game did for the series.
Now IVE had IT.
The game being the most hyped entry in this series, even to this day, reviews were generally
Chat told me to do it.
a lot of things that FNAF 3 had.
Oof, I didn't know he can hear.
Minigames,
You dare mess with Villain Arc.
atmosphere. Most people
US.
agree that it was the best so far out of the 3 games in these aspects. However, there were a handful of things dragging the game down that a lot of fans were really disliked. Some thought the gameplay was too boring or too easy. They didn't like the phantom animatronics or their design as they were thought to be too lazy. But most importantly, the thing that is still the most controversial part about FNAF 3, Springtrap's jump scare. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
LOL.
100% Springtrap's jump scare to this rabbit that basically kills you.
Pair, I don't have a good feeling.
The thing that drags down FNAF the most. Well, alongside the fact that the vegetarian shit was spread all over everything, but that can be mostly excused. So now we've talked about the worst part of the game. Let's get to what is easily the best part of the game, the storytelling. Right off the bat, FNAF 3's story is a lot easier to follow with
What if Hez doing something?
mini games, and the fact that the information given to
I
us
am
is
coming for you.
order. Speaking of which, let's analyze the story and then get into the theories. Upon killing all the
I've been flooding.
bodies to animatronics, Purple Guy leads into the safe room
And flooding.
Since the program
Pair,
does not
watch
want us
out.
to go inside,
And more flooding.
then Purple Guy dismantles them all one by one. These spirits now having no place to go, corner the Purple Guy into said room, so he runs to put on an old Springlock suit in the hope of scaring them off. However, we know from the vintage tapes, this suit was specifically put there due to the fact that it was extremely dangerous to be worn, which proves itself to be correct as the Purple Guy is springlocked and killed. Soon after, Fazbear Entertainment boards up every single safe room of their location, including the one that contains the springlock suit with Purple Guy in it. So he is left there to rot away for 30 years. Somehow during this time, he is brought back to life, and the room is finally opened because of the people behind the Fazbear horror attraction.
Pair, hide somewhere.
They now take Springtrap with them to the horror
It's
attraction.
fine.
6 days where all this information is revealed to us.
This battle you will not survive.
No indication whether Springtrap survived or not.
Or block the passage.
A whole lot of theories to actually cover since, well, the
Be
story
right
is
back.
really easy to understand. There still were some unsolved questions. Which ending was official, the good or bad? What is the difference between the two? What was the cause of the building burning down? And if it was someone that set it on fire, who? A lot of questions from the first two games were solved. However, there were some new ones that were created. I mean, hell, to this day, people still don't know whether the good ending or bad ending is canon. Which, adding on to that difference between the two, is that the bad ending doesn't free the souls, but the good one does. It didn't seem like we were getting an answer to these questions, though, since after the game was released, Scott had updated his website to a single top hat in his spotlight, indicating he was finally done. That doesn't mean the community was done, however. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to forget about them. You already know the Let's Play scene for this game was huge once again, along with the community now going full throttle to becoming a fandom, especially with people who were thirsty for Springtrap, which, I mean, you can kind of see where they're coming from. So how were the other sides of the YouTube scene for this game? I mean, obviously, they were fucking bumping. GLT released their FNAF 3 song, which to this day is still the most disconnected this song has been from its game, besides the whole dismantling animatronics thing. I genuinely think it's the best one they've released, period. But we are now finally starting to get some competition with other musicians popping their heads in the space like EA Games and JT Music. Of course, accompanying those songs were fan animations of those songs and fan animations in general. We had your usual faces like Crazy Force and Pimations. Wait, this is an animation based on FNAF 2, why isn't it the third? Yet he released this one after FNAF 3 came out. You know those animations just don't grow on trees. But we also had some new faces show up like Sugar in the animation scene with their fan animations of various songs and memes, which just watching now again feels like I just went straight back to 2015 because the style of these are just so nostalgic. Anyways, let's talk hoax. How many of these did we have here?
Isaac is not doing anything. What?
What the fuck? Yeah, the amount of hoaxes being spread during this time already took a huge hit compared to FNAF 2. I mean, hell, there isn't even anything really interesting here besides a few handful of things, which once again, some of them weren't even meant to be hoaxes in the first place. These models by Faz, Moggle, and fan-made Wizard designs are all kind of meh. The one that sticks out the most is Wizard Balloon Boy. I have no idea what made this one stick out the most to people, but they just kind of ran with it. There was also these
Accurate.
animatronic designs from someone named Leonardo, which did look pretty good to the point where people said they were official FNAF animatronics. Although this was debunked pretty recently, this Emil person does have some pretty good modeling skill. I wonder if they'll do anything with it. There's also this fake email from the supposed real Scott Cawthon. It's just literally Inspect Elemented. This shit is the oldest trick in the book. Next, Max Modes. You like Max Modes? I like Max Modes. You better. Although FNAF 3 never had a boss fight, it was something this game had that others didn't have before. An extra menu. Upon entering the menu, you got a bunch of stuff like jump scares for every animatronic, the animatronics themselves, mini games, and the most important one is cheats. There are 4 cheats in total, but only 3 of them actually made the game easier. The last one actually increased the AI levels of all the animatronics. That cheat was called aggressive. So pair this cheat with nightmare mode, now you've got aggressive nightmare mode. The first person to post their victory of this mode on YouTube is someone by the name of Raider Bar.
Perfect.
Of this video, it credit a different person named Senpai for uploading their completion first. This video cannot be found, so this is the earliest still standing completion of Aggressive Nightmare mode. And of course, Markiplier had to keep
No, 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 no.
around for the title of the King of FNAF, so he beat the mode as well. And on that note, let's move on to the events after FNAF 3. Before
Isaac is coming for you.
I think it's important to note that around this time, people were starting to lose interest in the series. I mean, there are already 3 games in less than a year. It was assumed to have ended. Some lost faith in Scott simply because of the fact that Springtrap's jump scare was ass, as stupid as that sounds. And with the rise of cringe culture, people started to see fandoms like FNAF as cringy. Therefore, it became quote-unquote cringy to like FNAF as well. Which nowadays, that perspective, in my opinion, is cringe itself. This didn't stop fandoms at all, however. But one of the most influential fan games actually being released this time. You know how I said I would only mention the Return to Freddy's once? Well, I lied, because there's actually a really important animatronic in that game, Sugar. Using a render from the previously mentioned Emil Mako and his fan character, the cat, Tyler just stole it, dropped out the head, and pasted it over to what he called a jump scare. Emil obviously doesn't like this and didn't appreciate his work being used in fan games. But this got him thinking, if his work were to be used without permission in fan games that, quite frankly, fucking dog shit, he might as well try his hand at making his own fan game. So after several months, on July 18th, 2015, he released Five Nights at Candy's to a massive success, eventually creating 2 games after in the following years, but I won't get into that. Along with one of the most influential fan games being released this year, we also got the first pieces of real FNAF merchandise. Produced by the company Sanshi, they dropped quite the lineup for being the first merchandise of the series, including plushies that are very accurate to the original scene of the game, collector pins, and even the same Celebrate poster from the first game. It's a good thing that these were the first pieces of merch too, because the Sanshi line is regarded as some of the best official merchandise you can buy. And I swear on my life, I know God, if there is one, I will get my hands on every single one of these plushies, especially you, Foxy. This year also marks the first mention of a movie adaptation for the game being in works, under the company of Warner Brothers Studios. But you'll see that this didn't come into fruition, and the fact that it would for several fucking years. Anyways, that top hat from Scott's website is gone. Wait, what? On April 23rd, 2015, top hat that accompanied the website for over a month had just vanished. Well, I guess we're getting another game. 5 days later, we all get our first look at the new animatronics and even the release date of the game. We all confirmed that we were finally getting the last game in the series, releasing on Halloween. When we looked at the Freddy variant for this game, it was hyping itself up to be the scariest one yet. Upon also
Robot Lady's broken again.
contrast trick, the word Nightmare could be seen across the image, which gave him the name of Nightmare Freddy. Going into May on the 8th, we would get another teaser, this time asking a question and showing off Nightmare Bonnie's model. The "was it me" question was assumed to be a callback to the fight of 87, reigniting the discussion on which animatronic did it. 9 days later, we got a look at Nightmare Chica, still asking the same question. The entirety of May would go by without a single teaser. Well, that is until the second to last day of the month with a look at Nightmare Foxy. Now, this teaser actually stands out the most to me because, first of all, it's Foxy. And second of all, this design actually did not make the final cut of the game. Scott had ended up removing Nightmare Foxy's tongue. Now, speculated this was done because Scott wanted less, well, freaky demo of the characters. But it ended up being revealed that he just didn't find the tongue scary enough and it was harder to animate. Also, yeah, by this time, people were drawing porn of the FNAF characters. Get over it. Entering June on the 12th, another top hat was shown with an added bow tie and both of the atoms sharing a purple color instead of black, brightening the image once again. The bottom of the image could be seen a property of tag that cut off at the end of the name. However, it was figured later on that it ended up
'Cause my sleep schedule is very fucked. Skipping some comments. Perfect. No, 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 no. Isaac is coming for you. Thanks for the bed, by the way, it is helping me so much at LOL. Was that an anime girl?
No.
Anime women? Where?
In your ass. I'm not that type of person.
I saw it.
Once again, then 3 days later, got our final teaser before the game's release, the trailer of the game itself. This revealed to us some of the mechanics of the game, such as the doors making a return, except in a much more traditional sense.
Can? Oh no, Candy won't be RB. Duh.
I remember not only being
Already they need a few episodes before getting in my A.
like those animatronics were not moving around, and that jump scare from Bonnie actually sent me like 15 feet flying backwards. Speaking of which, I think it's notable to say that one of the supposed main reasons that Scott
SS.
created Snap 4 was because of how bad the reception for Springtrap's jump scare was in 3, so he decided to redeem himself by making a 4th game. I legitimately have no idea on whether this is true or not, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't the case at all. Take that with a grain of salt though. Maybe he did just create FNAF 4 because of Springtrap's shit jump scare, I don't know. Anyways, all we have to do now is have patience and wait for 3 months till Halloween. It wouldn't be easy for fans to have a huge drought of content for this long, but they would just have to deal with... Wait, I'm getting a call. Hello? Hello, hello? What the fuck do you mean he released it in the same month? Once again, Scott Cawthon decided to fuck it and release the game way ahead of schedule. First, he gave demo copies out to select YouTubers once again on July 21st, and 2 days later, he released the full game. So once again, let's get right back into the gameplay. 5 days until the party. Before the start of each night, you do get to play the minigame. However, night 1 is very short and self-explanatory, which also can be said about the mechanics of the game. FNAF 4's gameplay is not like anything we had ever seen in the franchise so far. While that can be said for every single entry, this one really stands on business for being unique. There's no cameras, no phone calls, no visible map, and most importantly, actual movement. You see, there are 4 different places you can go or look within this room. The left and right doors, the closet, and your bed. I'll explain everything from the closet. That'll come later. The bed has to be looked at every once in a while. Miniature Freddies called Freddles will appear on your bed. You need to shine your flashlight at them to make them go away. The more Freddles there are,
Isaac D.A. Nuts.
3 being the max amount that can appear before you jump scare. It's basically this game's version of the music box. Don't let it get to 3. Going to either the left or right door, you'll be able to do
Isaac D.A. Nuts.
shine a light down the hallway, close your door, or go back to your room. The key mechanic about this game is sound. You
Isaac D.A. Nuts.
to listen. If you hear breathing off the door, close it until you hear footsteps going away. Then open the door again and flash down the hallway.
Back.
There's Candy.
Yeah.
If you don't hear breathing, then just flash down the hallway to prevent any animatronics. You do not want to close the door because if you flash the hallway after, one will appear right in your face. Chica and Bonnie are the animatronics that will come to either your right or left door, meaning there are a total of 3 animatronics active throughout the entire night, if you count Freddy. So once you get to 6 a.m., it's time to actually head to bed. You know he is hiding again. This time we are finally able to walk out of our room. However, before I do that, it is noteworthy to look at the layout of the room. It is completely different to the one in game. You won't stop until you find him. Exploring around, we get a look around the house, and weirdly enough, that Fredbear plush is following us around. I wonder if he'll ever stop. And with that, the child falls to the floor and cries, ending the minigame. After night 1, we were actually able to play another set of minigames. This time, actually being able to provide us with an advantage. Using sound cues, all we have to do is get Plush Trap on this X in front of us, but you won't move at all if our flashlight is on. We have a limited amount of time to do so, which decreases every night. You only get 1 shot at this every night, and if you do actually succeed, you get to skip the first 2 hours. However, if you die that way, you can go back and roll again. It's a really cool mechanic, and I do like how Scott incorporated another minigame to each night. That also keeps the horror factor as well as fun. Either way, let's get on to night 2. Once again, night 2 is just the same as night 1, but harder. However, Foxy is now finally introduced into the game. The way he works is that you'll be able to hear his footsteps going from left to right in the room. If you were to check the left door when he's at the right, you can enter your room, which won't actually get you jump scared. Instead, you now have to check the closet. Going to the closet the first time you flash your light, a mini jump scare plays.
I am almost ready, just waiting, watching.
See that Foxy goes to a different stage. This phase, when he jump scares you, is the last stage before he kills you, and his first stage is this little key plushie of him. It is worth noting that he won't actually leave your room at this stage, so you have to constantly check in on the closet again like your bed. So it's best to avoid having Foxy get into your room since it is entirely preventable. But as soon as it started, Night 2 is over. He left without you.
Fire alarm, WTF was that noise?
You are right beside the exit. If you can run, you can make it. It's too late. Hurry the other way around and find someone who will help. You know what will happen if he catches you. Tomorrow is another day. Night 3 and 4 don't have anything special about them besides the fact that it's harder than before, so I'm going to skip over both the gameplay for those nights and go straight to the mini games. This time, upon getting up from the colorful floor, you're able to exit the building and talk to various kids while walking home. My daddy
Pear is busy expanding the basement.
My finger. He's a finger trap, he says. You better watch out. I need to come to life at night, and if you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. Why do you look so worried? Do you have to worry? Ha ha ha. I don't know, Sarah. Why do you think I'd be worried, you fucking bitch? Aren't you the kid who always hides under a table and cries? Ha 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 ha. No one else is scared. Why are you? Stop being such a baby. Are you going to the party? Everyone is going to the party. Oh wait, you have to go. It's your birthday. This is one of the most important pieces of information we have gathered thus far. If it's our party, why are we dreading it so much? That question will be answered later on, as Fredbear continues to follow us into our room and... Tomorrow is another day. Please let me out. Please.
Yes, yes, accurate.
Please let me out. Upon entering Night 5, you'll notice that something is off. There is no animatronic that can be seen anywhere. The Freddles are gone, Foxy's footsteps can't be heard at all until he's here. Night 5 serves as a sort of a mini-boss, with you having to go against Fredbear and only Fredbear. It takes the place of every single animatronic, being able to appear on your bed, your closet, and of course, on either side of the room. He has a much shorter timer before killing you, so you'll have to deal with him quickly. If you hear him laugh, that means he's either on your bed or in your closet. But be careful, as there can be fake laughs which will throw you off your trail. You deal with him like you would with the other animatronics. Shine your light if he's on your bed, close your closet if he's inside, and listen for breathing if he's at either door.
Isaac, where are you?
Unexpected and thrilling night, but it also makes sense as to why he's here for the final night.
I am coming.
Wow, your brother is kind of a baby, isn't he? It's hilarious. Why don't we help him get a closer look? He'll love it. No, please.
I am
Come
doing
on, guys.
villain arc
Let's
stuff.
Give this little man a lift. He wants to get up close and personal. No, I don't want to go. You heard the little man. He wants to get even closer. Ha ha ha. Hey guys, I think the little man said he wants to give Fredbear a big kiss. On 3. 1, 2.
Was that the bite of 87?
I'm sorry, I had to do it, alright? Obviously, I'll explain all of what the mini-games were theorized to me when I'm done with the gameplay section, but we still aren't done yet, because we have the 6th night. The 6th night essentially serves as a mixture of both Night 4 and 5. The night starts off having to deal with...
Come already and stop yapping.
Once 4 a.m. hits, they all disappear and are replaced with Fredbear. This is the same as Nightmare Mode or Night 7, except instead of being replaced with Fredbear, it's a Black Bear variant known simply as Nightmare, working in the same way as Fredbear, but much more aggressive. Upon beating both modes, you'll get 2 different endings. I'll start with Night 6's ending first, and then doing Nightmare's ending. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sorry. You're broken. We are still your friends. Do you believe that? I'm still here. I will put you back together.
Skipping some comments. Yes, hit. Isaac, where are you? I am coming. I am doing villain arc stuff. Come already and stop yapping. I am setting additional measures. LOL.
While being yet another controversial game within the series at its launch, nowadays FNAF 4 is regarded as being one of the best games to this day. It is kind of a no-brainer as to why. The atmosphere of the game is just truly terrifying. The sound design is amazing, and well, yeah, it should be since it's sound-based. The gameplay always has you on the edge of your seat, and the animatronic designs, god damn the animatronic designs. Discussing about FNAF 4's animatronic designs in modern day, I hear the opinion of how a lot of people don't really like them as much since they're trying too hard to be scary, which I can definitely see where they're coming from because big sharp teeth, but I just find them more badass than scary, which is why I myself praise them a lot. I wish Scott did keep Foxy's tongue though, because that just added to the cool factor of his design, but oh well. But enough about the design. What is probably the most important and still talked about part of the game is the lore. The bite, the crying child, Fredbear, the box.
What's in the box?
He finally knew what the Bite of 87 really was, where it took place, and who did it. Or at least that's what we thought. During the Night 4 minigame, if you actually stay around the TV program, it'll turn on and show a commercial
Again.
for Fredbear and friends dating 1983. This flipped the entire theory around this as the Bite of 87, and it was now instead referred to as the Bite of 83. However, some still believe this is the Bite of 87. The commercial was just the date of when the restaurant opened,
Emoji
which is
thumbs
an
up.
interesting theory. However, around this time, one of the most infamous, if not the most infamous theory had been developed by none other than MatPat. To give some context around this theory, we actually need to fast forward to around September to December. On September 18, 2015, MatPat hosted a live stream with his friend and invited a few popular YouTubers at the time to discuss theories. He had tried to do this previously, but the live stream ended crashing over and over, so it was cancelled and postponed until that day. It is also noteworthy that MatPat also tweeted at Scott Cawthon letting him know that the stream was going to take place.
If you
His
don't
stream,
come now,
however,
you're a
also
coward.
crashed a few times as well, but it didn't end the stream this time, and it still kept going, even though most of the YouTubers involved in the discussion had not left, except for Doc, because he's just cool like that. During this stream, Scott had updated his website 3 times as if he was talking
Nah,
to
Ivy
a
got
theory,
plans.
each being just a simple message. In FNAF 4, why would Tiny Toy Chica be missing her feet? What is seen in the shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. 4 games, 1 story. After this stream had ended, 3 months later, MatPat would release his infamous theory about FNAF. The theory was the theory that all FNAF games prior to that point were just a dream. There was a decent amount of evidence backing it up, but it was probably the most damning evidence was Toy Chica. In FNAF 4's Night 4 minigame, if you actually walk up a certain part of the map, there's a little girl you can find with minifigures and animatronics, one of which has Toy Chica without her beak. This was then used to connect Toy Chica to actually losing her beak in FNAF 2, because the crying child remembers that specific figure and yada yada. Basically, it was all just in the crying child's head before he died. Now, for a while, this was actually probably the case. I mean, it was the most widely accepted theory at the time with the current context the community had, but nowadays, it's just a thing of the past. Oh yeah, there's also that one box, but even to this day, people cannot agree on what's inside the
I am
box.
coming
I'm not
now.
even gonna try to bother with that. Along with the theories, of course, we had the YouTube scene, which once again, booming with content. Of course, we had Markiplier's once again iconic playthrough, which spawned memes like the previously mentioned Bite of 87, and also, the first night is never usually that bad in any of the games, so I'll play through. But there was also a ton of content surrounding FNAF 4's gameplay, mostly because of the fact that it had so many extra modes after an update that Scott would release around Halloween. To my knowledge, this was the first time Scott had actually made an update to a FNAF game, adding more content after its initial release, with the addition of the Halloween updates. There were a ton of challenges added, as well as some reskin design for the characters to make them more Halloween themed, put onto the challenges. Blind Mode, which is self-explanatory, Mad Freddy, which makes Freddy way more aggressive, Insta-Foxy, which makes Foxy start in the closet no matter what, and All Nightmare, which has every single night make Nightmare appear. There was also the obvious 2020-2020 mode, however it was more of a secret mode that could only be accessed if you typed in 2020-2020 while in the extras menu, changing Nightmare to said mode, also known as Night 8. Defeating this mode would give you access to a reskin filled with plush trap minigame called Fun with Balloon Boy. First person to beat FNAF 4's 420 mode would be a Twitch streamer and YouTuber by the name of Dinky Donna, uploading a completion of the mode just a day after the game was released. However, Dinky was actually on Scott's VIP list, so he was able to get used to the game earlier than basically everyone. The first victor I could find that didn't get a copy early would be a different YouTuber named Mitch Bandicoot, completing 420 just a week after the game was released. However, this is not the hardest challenge in the game, which is what many people believe. Instead, it is Nightmare mode with every single challenge stacked on top of each other, and the first person to do this is a FNAF Max mode enthusiast by the name of DJ Stir, who was able to beat this challenge just a day after the game was updated. Upon defeating this mode, he would get a star with a total of 10 earnable stars in the game, the most out of any game to this day. While the
I am in your
was
walls.
occupied with all of their challenges, we also had, of course, the music and animation side cooking up their own iconic media. The music scene at this time was starting to grow more and more, with even more artists trying out their hand at making FNAF music. Shadow's Never Be Alone, Try Hard Ninjas Bringing Us Home, which has a fan-made SFM music
Hi.
video with a shit ton of views. EA Games Break My
Hello.
battle with a bunch of FNAF 4 songs. Holy shit. Obviously, I got the time.
Can I join
The
you?
instrumental for this song is insanely The
Maybe.
animation side of things had a lot of SFM videos, and of course, Pymation with this FNAF 3 animation, and then eventually FNAF 4 the next year. And to end it all off, Hoaxes for this game. Now, at this point in time, Hoaxes had basically just fizzled out because people either didn't want to put time into making them, and well, the community was just getting
Isaac, you do realize I can just kick you.
I can think of during this time would be Nightmare JJ, which was actually created by none other than fellow YouTuber GoMotion. But that's basically it. So I guess that's basically it now. 1 year and 4 games. Scott Cawthon had gone from a failed game developer giving it one last shot, to now a man with a game studio that
Lol.
recognized
I could just
updated his website with
kick you out the world and then
My
you...
villain arc is now complete.
message. It was a sweet send-off and honestly just made me realize how fucking insane Scott is as a solo dev. He made 4 amazing horror games within a year that changed the indie horror game landscape forever, and even horror in general. The iconic characters that wait. You have to be fucking September 8th, 2015, the design of Endo 2 would be changed, and leading up to September 22, every single animatronic would slowly follow suit until they were all converted into what is now known as the Adventure design. And the next FNAF title was announced, FNAF World, releasing in 2016. No early release bullshit. Surprisingly, a new website was also made for FNAF World users as well, simply called FNAFworld.com. And on October 17th, 2015, the site had revealed that a musician by the name of Leon Riskin would be behind the game's original soundtrack. For the rest of the year, quite a lot of changes, but it wasn't always related to FNAF World. There were some teasers for the previously mentioned FNAF 4 Halloween update, and then Scott Cawthon dropped the trailer for FNAF World on November 2nd on his YouTube channel. Now, you may notice that you can't find this trailer on Scott's channel anywhere, instead only being able to watch a re-upload of However, upon writing the image, an image of Mangle assumably being hung was shown, with the message, "See what you've all done." This was quite concerning to fans.
Anyways.
They speculated that this was how Scott felt because of the reception of the trailer or his current mental state. However, it was eventually revealed that instead of being hung, it was just Mangle biting the same paddle ball seen at the end of the trailer. On December 14th,
Adios, pair.
ScottGames.com then changed
Adios.
thing, being the first look at a FNAF novel and a release date of the 22nd. Then a day later, the title of the actual book was revealed, being FNAF The Silver Eye. And 2 days after that, Scott just said fuck it again and published the book on the 17th. This man really cannot keep his promises and release dates, huh? For a short time from December 24th to January 4th on FNAFworld.com, the original FNAF World teaser image was back with a more fitting look for the holiday season. Wait, who the fuck are these guys? The game would actually be released in 2016 on the 21st of January, available for $10 on Steam. However, on February 19th, it was announced a second update for the game would be coming soon, which was eventually released 3 months later on May 13th. And on that note, let's talk about both versions of the game. So covering this game is going to be a little bit more different than the others, since it's a lot more unique compared to the other FNAF games, obviously. I'm gonna kind of mix the gameplay, acrobats, and community bits together, since if I'm being honest, I just don't have as much to say about this game compared to the rest. Starting with the gameplay, upon opening the game itself, you are greeted to a very mysterious intro when starting up the game for the first time. Everything that happens out there has an effect here. Do you understand? This is a safe place. This is a sanctuary. But something has gone wrong. Now that you see here, something went very wrong. That's why I'm here. But I don't let the same happen to you. I will put you back together. Huh, that was weird. Upon starting a new game, we are greeted by Fredbear, who tells us that something is wrong in the animatronic village, so it's now up to us to check it out. Every time we enter a loading screen, we get a little info card of one of the animatronics, and it just so happens to be that in one of these little cards, it basically confirms that Spring Bonnie is non-binary, so that's cool. Also, a character named Wolbit is introduced here, who's kind of just like a different Foxy variant. I'm sure there'll be a one-off forgettable character. Anyways, the gameplay goes like this. Walk around getting closer to our objective, fight monsters, unlock the characters, play upgrades, and well, that's kind of it. I need to come clean. I genuinely just do not care about this game. Like, I know it's an important part of FNAF's history and all, but it's just really not my type of game personally. You know what I mean? It seems that way for a lot of the FNAF community as well. When this game first came out on Steam, it originally cost $10 and was the most expensive FNAF game at that point. And immediately there was just so much backlash because it was just kind of a generic RPG spin-off. It got so bad that Scott himself took down the game after a short while, giving everyone who originally spent money on it for a refund, and then releasing the game for free on Steam and GamePro as well. Oh, but there were still a bunch of YouTubers who made videos on the game. Almost every single YouTuber who played all 4 of the last FNAF games did not even touch this one. The only notable people I could find that did make a gameplay series on FNAF World were fucking Dan, TDM, and Think Noodles, and they were Minecraft YouTubers at the time. You wanna know what the cherry on top for this is? The most popular song for this game was created by the guy who made Story of Undertale. Yeah, I'm done talking about this game. Hate me all you want for not going as thoroughly into this game as the other FNAF games, but it is just so irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, man. Like, the most memorable thing about this game to me is the original soundtrack. In fact, during the same time, there was actually a FNAF fan game that was released that people just could not get enough of. So at this point, fuck it. I'm just gonna talk about that instead because it probably had a bigger impact to FNAF than this game. So sorry to all you FNAF World fans out there, but we're moving on. Going a little bit backwards in time, on November 28th, 2015, a small SF animator and game developer by the name of Nixon posted a trailer for a FNAF fan game called The Joy of Creation, a FNAF 4 and Boogeyman-inspired game, which also got its name from FNAF 1's 95 phone call-outs reversed, although it was misheard. Just 2 days later, a demo of the game would be released. Now, at the time this demo was available to the public, there was really nothing like it at the time. The game had amazing graphics and animations. It was made on Unreal Engine, so everything was in real-time 3D, and it was just a smooth experience in general. The only other games like this at the time were Final Fantasy Crab and Chum Bucket, both created by Sakuruni and utilize the same engine, although with a little bit less polish. The joy of creation, however, while a lot more technologically impressive, the demo suffered from one key aspect. It was just really fucking boring. The gameplay loop just consisted of going around in a circle and flashing your light with no time limit, so it literally just got boring within 30 seconds. However, Nixon then had an idea that no one had actually executed at the time. He was going to make a free-run FNAF game. Hey, get the fuck out of here! 5 months later, Nixon would then drop the trailer on his YouTube channel for The Joy of Creation Reborn on April 16th, 2016, which also happened to drop an alpha build of the game at midnight. It's also notable to add that Scott Cawthon had actually seen this trailer and commented on it, giving his approval of the game. Now, while the game was released at this time, we need to fast forward around a month to May 15th, because this was the version that most people know was released, the beta version. While there were already YouTubers who were playing the game before this was the version that most people remember because it contains all 4 enemies.
Candy said she was back and then just disappeared.
The gameplay is honestly really simple. It was just like a slender V8 pages style game, except with different animatronics,
Truth now.
settings, and a timer.
Yes.
This game was so successful it caught the attention of a
Yes.
lot of
We call the truth
like this was ever done before. The gameplay
before I get too mad because I
well and
have very bad and
biggest upside
yeah, whatever.
the game had, especially being the first
Not very relevant.
Fuck off. Success of this beta then led to the release of the Halloween edition, which ended up being a separate style of game and featuring a Springtrap design. Both of these games were very well received and had a lot of YouTubers playing them, which definitely contributed to its popularity and securing its spot at being one of the best FNAF fan games of all time. Going back to focusing on old Scott games,
Candy is acting like a BONER come as back the disappears. Hi parrots me Mike. Hi pair.
Hey.
Finally got the full reveal of the next game, Five Nights at Freddy's Sister Location. It was never just one. Well, so much for the final chapter, I guess. This was our first look at a character that would be later known as Circus Baby, and nearly a month later, we finally got a much better look at her. And we would continue seeing the same view for a fucking month when the game trailer was released. Well, it's fast. This would actually be the last video Scott Cawthon would post on his channel to this day, but it was a pretty damn good send-off. We got some crazy and even a release date of fall the same year, June 17th, a different animatronic reveal on Scott's website that was nowhere in the trailer at all, and then the same deal on July 10th. Now, brightening this image actually revealed the fake face of Circus Baby in the top right. Then 12 days later, another new teaser, and upon brightening this image, we got our first look at the mini arenas. I'm sure these little things won't be a problem.
It's not Candy, it's DJ.
Yeah, I can.
August 8th, for the second anniversary of the series, we got some behind-the-scenes looks for FNAF 1. This has nothing to do with Sister Location, but it was in between the teasers, and it's just an awesome boundary break. Around the same time, someone on the FNAF subreddit had leaked a pretty important thing about the game. It would have actual voice actors. It would be the first FNAF game to have voice acting besides Scott Cawthon being the good guy. I'm not counting you, FNAF World. Because of the situation, Scott decided to take this as an opportunity to troll and even add more stuff to the game, updating his website to display this fake cancellation announcement on August 16th, which upon brightening actually revealed that one of the animatronics had their shows canceled due to gas leaks. This is something I have never seen a game dev do until this point, and I really can't think off the top of my head an indie game dev using leaks to their advantage. This was a pretty genius move from Scott. Another 12 days later, got another photo of this mystery animatronic, which upon brightening actually gave the release date of the game, October 7th, 2016. I wonder if Scott's actually going to keep his promise. Oh wait, he did? Oh shit.
I'm not a fan of this location that much.
Honestly, just a nothing burger of the night. If you guys were told,
Unpopular opinion, but it's most likely unpopular, but
each night, you're a young
in my opinion that is, but I really don't like it. Plus the gameplay for me is just, don't like it.
I agree.
I don't like sister location. It's, I don't, because of course I play, you guys have, well I think this was before your time actually, guys, before you all joined me, but when I played it at the beginning of the year, or around the beginning of the year, I really didn't like it. I didn't like it. I apologise to all those sister location fans, but I didn't like it. What did I need this for?
And hold down a button to reset each individual room. However, this makes a lot of noise. It disturbs Funtime Freddy, and if you're too loud, you'll die. So to counter this, you can press space when you're out of the monitor to tell Freddy to go back to the stage. But if you're in the middle of restarting a room, it'll slowly go down, so you need to balance the two between restarting the room and not dying. After all that's said and done, you have to go through Ballora Gallery again, except she's absent this time. And then we get to go home and continue our shit show. Would you believe me if I said this was the most fun part of the game? Night 3 is literally start to get pretty on. Checking the lights for Ballora Gallery, you get to see a fucking Eldritch Horror Abomination. And checking Funtime Foxy,
You got any wool?
but we ignore that. We are told by
Any
Dave
wool?
that that's the name of the completely forgotten
One.
Now we need to go through Funtime Foxy's room. However, there is an option to actually go to Circus Baby's room. We'll talk about that later. Going through Funtime Foxy's room
I got-
is basically just another red light, green light type game. Except instead of having to listen to music, you use a flash beacon which drives you to Foxy. If you see Foxy walking forward, just flash your beacon until he's gone. The game tells you that you need to get as little time as possible, but there's
Good
literally
enough,
nothing
LOL.
and you getting to the room at the other side, you have to follow a few instructions with doing some maintenance or Funtime Freddy. Holy fuck! After getting this weird button thing, fucker is gone, so you have to bait him out and press the button. After that, we go back to the room and what the fuck? We actually didn't die at all, but instead we are transported inside a spring lock suit within a room called the Scooping Room, which if you want to see why it's called that, just take a look at Ballora. Damn, bitch, why are you looking at me like I did it? Basically, open it up and before it begins. The gameplay for this night is tied to these string locks found all around the faceplate. However, there's also these previously mentioned mini arenas that you have to shake off before they reach the top. Otherwise, you just die. However, if you shake, it also loosens the spring lock, so you need to balance it out. It seems like a pretty cool and easy section, right? Absolutely fucking not. I have no fucking idea what was going through Scott's head when he designed this night. This shit fucking sucks. I spent way too long trying to beat this night because it is just so abnormally hard. Before you say some shit like, ooh, skill issue, everyone else thought so too. It got to the point where a day after the game,
I didn't even get to the Springlock night.
B.
easier, but it's still
A.
hard as balls. I kid you not, there's a
C.
tutorial on YouTube with hundreds of thousands of views detailing on strategies how to
ABC, I think.
literally involve a stopwatch.
I didn't even get to the Springlock night because of Funtime Foxy. I'm on the night before that, and it's just way too hard. Granted, it's probably a skill issue. It's probably a skill issue, I will admit.
So hard. I do not believe this was play tested whatsoever. Anyways, beat the night first try, baby. Would you believe it if I said this game actually ends at 5 nights? Because yes, it actually does. So after we just kind of brush off the fact that 2 technicians were killed via hanging, we crawl through Funtime Foxy's room again. But he isn't really a threat this time around. We have to do another mini game like with Funtime Freddy, except with Baby instead, sending her off to the scooping room. However, she hijacks the hand unit and orders us to follow some steps, like entering numbers in a keypad and then getting a card. After sending her off, the Yankton follow her directions to go to the left side of the room, which leads to another room, the previously mentioned scooping room. Upon entering this room, you're greeted to the face of the scooper, and then, yeah, we just fucking died. So to cut a long story short, all the animatronics just kind of merged into one called Ennard, and tricked us and scooped out our guns, then crawled into our skin to look like a person, hence the weird purple eyes at the end. Yeah, what the fuck? But what if I don't want to get scooped? Well, boy, do I have some news for you. Every time you die, there's a chance of a minigame appearing. However, this doesn't really matter since you can just play it within the extras page. You complete this minigame by giving all the kids their cupcakes in a specific order, then get this ice cream at the end, go back to the beginning, and then kill this kid. We're able to get access to a secret room in Night 5. Instead of listening to Baby and going to the left, you can go to the right and enter a secret room, which should give us traditional FNAF style gameplay. This secret room is called Endergate because we all have to remain although you really gotta be saving your power as much as possible, only checking the cameras when you need to and relying more on down cue, because there's very little room for error when it comes to the power. However, upon defeating this knight, we get to go home and enjoy our show
As
instead
the
of dying.
trees sway in the wind, so also do emotions sway between star-crossed lovers. You burned down my house.
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there.
I may be undead, but you're heartless.
You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
He is.
Sounds like something you have on your side of the family.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
The joke's on you. I found it in a kids' meal.
You bought a kid's meal? Oh, Brad!
Clara.
This person burning houses describe me perfectly.
As the hair on the back of a cat stands up straight, so also does the love between Vlad and Clara stand up against all obstacles. But what about the baby? What about the back child support? Stay tuned next season for those answers and more.
Bitch, how the fuck did he get in here? This is the non-canon ending of the game, while us getting scooped is the canon ending. You know how I said this game only has 5 nights? Well, that's kind of a lie. I mean, yeah, it does only have 5 nights in the base game. However, there is a 6th night which is the custom night, which was only added a bit after the game's release due to the criticisms of there not being one, which was added on December 1st. Wait, is that Mobile for FNAF World? Now, I don't know if I can actually call this a custom night as you can't change the values of the AI to your liking. It's more of a bunch of presets, but it is there, so whatever. And on that note, let's talk about the aftermath of this game. Well, this game definitely tried some different things, which I can appreciate. Ultimately, I just do not like this game very much. Even when taking Night 4 out of the equation, it has absolutely no replayability. The different gameplay each night is just not that fun, and the game itself really is just boring in general. Besides Entered and Custom Night, it's not all negative though, because I really do like the voice acting, character design, and bits of lore that came up with this game. Speaking of which, what were the theories and story people came up with? Starting with the story since it's more straightforward, you get the main point. These animatronics were created by the purple guy, or as we now know him as Mr. Acton. But just to clarify, his name was actually revealed in the Silver Eyes, but I'm just bringing it up now. Okay, so I'm kind of going based off memory for this one, so if I get some things wrong, don't judge me. So Mr. Acton, he created these animatronics to like kill kids or something like that, and had specifically programmed Circus Baby to count the amount of kids that
It will not be off center on my watch.
With her, she would offer them ice cream, and then kidnap the small fucker and have her chest cavity, you know, killed them. However, this kind of backfired a lot because it ended up killing his own daughter, so... LMFAO! Talking about, you actually beat each of the presets no matter what difficulty. It will show a cutscene of a man walking down the sidewalk while a bunch of people wait, but as you continue beating the preset, he starts to become more and more...
You kind of just like forgot the top of the stairs.
Inside of our skin. Eating Golden Freddy mode, however, shows a different cutscene where we basically throw
Yes, Pear.
into the sewer. However,
You kind of forgot the top of the stairs. That kind of looks a bit rough. Why did I say it like that?
I was gonna fix it after LOL.
Okay. So I don't mean to hate. Yay. I don't mean to hate Sister Location.
I went to get something then realized this was off center.
Right. I don't want to hate Sister Location. It's a good game. It has... The lore is good. But... just the gameplay. It just... bores me so much. And I just get so annoyed with it, especially with the fact that I can't play the PC version because I'm too poor to have a PC.
It was seen as impossible on the pre-patch version. The last nerf happened on December 4th, 2016, which also happened to be the first person to beat the who was the first person to beat Sister Locations 1020. However, it is very notable to actually point out 2 years after the game release, someone by the name of Zombie Gabriel would actually beat and upload their completion of the pre-patch 1020, which was considered impossible until that point. For his efforts, we got a congratulations from Scott himself. Now let's talk about the fan songs and animations. Now there are obviously animations in this game being made at this time, but if I'm being honest, not a whole lot of them are very notable. On the fan song side, however, it was an entirely different story, actually where a lot of the animation focus went to. Now obviously we have T2 released their song for Sister Location, which has a crazy hard animated music video. There are also 2 other songs which absolutely took over the fan song scene at the time. JT Music's Join Us for a Fight and Chaotic K9 Culture So You Can't Hide, or also known as CK9Z. Now obviously these aren't the only 3 Sister Location songs released at the time, but they're the most notable. It would be a long while before we got our next game teasers. However, that didn't mean Scott's website or the community were dormant at all. 2016 did have some pretty memorable fan games that are released at this time, such as Pop Goes Arcade, which was created by, hey, this is the same motherfucker who made Adult Theory, Five Nights at Candy's 2, an obvious continuation of the previous Candy's game, and Day Shift at Freddy's, which was created by Direct Doggo, and is a visual novel parody of the FNAF series. Also on October 3rd, 2016, 4EX Kenshin would post a vlog about how he went to this FNAF-themed haunted house horror attraction. However, not only was he actually able to meet Scott, but even get a photo with him and gave Corey permission to post it online. At this time, this was one of the only photos of Scott wanted to be public, and to this day still is. 2016 did thankfully has by. As 2017 rolled around, we also got some official FNAF and fan creations out of these. 2 of the most notable fan games that came out during this time would be Five Nights at Candy's 3 and the Joy of Creation Story Mode, which is one of the most popular FNAF fan games of all time and regarded in the eyes of many to be the best. There was also this one YouTube animator by the name of
I guess Candy kind of left us.
posted this short FNAF animation that was based around being a Christmas tree. Don't know if this style of content will catch on, but it's a pretty cool video. ScottGames.com would stay blank for over half a year until
I guess this was out of.
he updated the site to this piece of art.
Oh, I remember.
But also confusing on what it actually meant until 2 weeks later when
Whatever it is, off center.
She went to kill a spider in real life.
called the Twisted One, which did release 2 days later.
Did
after
she?
the comics. This was also the first time an artist was officially hired by Scott Cawthon to work on the franchise. The artist being named, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. She was known as Lady Bitsy online. Her art was pretty wicked though. I just hope she doesn't get into any controversy. Also during this summer, well I don't know what day this happened, around the month of June or July, Funko would gain access to the FNAF license and they would shadow release
Oh, I see what you're
FNAF
doing.
action figures at Target, which were of the original 5 characters from the first game. For FNAF's 3rd anniversary, we got some more behind the scenes screenshot that would
It was in her room, so I am presuming.
Scott, but we also got Naked Springtrap. However, 11 days after the anniversary, something weird showed up on Scott's website.
Did she say that in the Discord? Did I miss
Well,
it?
just something Scott Cawthon had planned to use in his previous games but got scrapped. I mean, hell, he hasn't posted a teaser for any game in almost a year. The dude is probably retired by now. I mean, like, even 2 months later, it was still the same thing on the website. Maybe it's just the final...
Yeah, in the Chaos Trio channel.
What do you mean there's more sprites? 3 kids were now added to the image. Interesting.
Well, that was ages
The
ago.
website was updated once again to... Holy shit!
Did it bloody eat her or something?
Then finally on December 1st, we finally got confirmation that a new game was coming out. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator, coming soon with a delicious looking pie next to it. This was quite a huge deal in the community at the time because at this point we had gone so long without a new FNAF game and FNAF teaser in general. So seeing a new title like that was supposed
But like she might be found a spider nest, I have before.
he meant soon, because right after that teaser, next day, the gameplay and release date was revealed to be December 4th. What the fuck is this? It seems like a troll game at first. Nonetheless, it was coming out in 2 days. The next day, the website was updated to coincide with the release date, and on December 4th, 2017, we dropped the game for free on Steam.
Better open or closed.
Do you not like it like that?
Okay, this was not what I was expecting.
Well,
What the fuck am I supposed to be documenting? What am I?
Begin audio prompt in 3,
2, 1.
What the fuck? Okay, so
I am just thinking is all.
this game is
Alright,
definitely
okay.
not what it seems to be. However, there's not actually as much to say about the gameplay of
Oh.
the game, so I'm gonna go through this one much more quickly. This game actually has two different main stages: the pizzeria management part of the game, and then the more traditional map gameplay part of the game. We'll go through both of these stages each one time every day from Monday to Saturday for a total of 6 days. Let's go through the pizzeria management part of the game first. So essentially all you need to do during this part is to buy stuff that can improve one of the 4 areas of the pizzeria: atmosphere, health and safety, entertainment, and bonus revenue.
I don't know if I like it better or not.
Talk about that later. During this section though, you can place, move,
Hmm.
play some of the things you bought. Mainly the things you can play are the arcade machines or attractions, which you can only do so 10 times a day as each play takes up a token. You can also accept sponsorships from companies for extra revenue, but that'll come into play later. Speaking of which, this isn't important to the gameplay, but the art for these ads were done by a new face in the series, Claudia Schroeder, also known as Pinky Pills, who would continue to do art for the franchise later alongside Lady Fitzy. Haha, I hope he doesn't do anything weird. After you're done with the section, you can then move on to working the day shift. Now this part of the game is relatively simple compared to how it looks. To progress through the day, all you have to do is complete different things in the task menu. However, upon clicking on one of these tasks, it'll cause a noise. You can also check the left or right side of you, which will be event, but that will prevent you from moving forward with your task. Along with running tasks, it will increase your temperature, which you need to manage, otherwise you'll just die from heat. The main 2 things you need to manage besides completing tasks while playing this section is heat and sound. Too much sound will attract things to you, but you can ward them off by shining your flashlight down the void. Also, you do have the option to turn off your computer, but upon turning it back on, does take some time and create sound. The 3 other things you can do with your computer but prevent you from doing your tasks is using motion sensors, playing audio with your vents, and being able to turn on more than one fan. Decrease temperature while not being as loud. The only catch with these, however, is that you can only do one at a time. If you also accept an ad, there's a chance it can play during your shift, which causes a lot of noise. And that is basically the gist of the gameplay. Threats can be added throughout the week. One way they can be added is after you're done with the day shift. After each day, you'll find a scrapped animatronic outside your pizzeria. You can choose to either throw it away or salvage it for parts or cash. You'll have to play 5 different audio prompts and then watch out for any movement, which upon moving, you can take the animatronic, but only 3 times before it starts to lose value. If you get jump scared by the animatronic, you won't gain any money and it'll start to roam around during the office segment of the game. If you don't get jump scared, you'll get the money, but it'll still start to roam around and make the office segment harder. There are a total of 4 different animatronics you can scrap.
Dante do floor pattern in this room.
This game. Well, there also are a lot of those arcade machines with secrets in them, but I'll get into those later. For now, let's talk about this.
I wanna try something with it.
Now, the bad ending.
Okay.
After you throw away at least one of the animatronics you can scrap. At the end of the week, if you haven't gotten any of the other endings, Cassette Man, who's the guy who talks in the cassette tapes, congratulates his method and immediately terminates our employment. That's great. The mediocre ending is earned if you complete the entire game with a FAS rating of 0 and not buying anything for the pizzeria, which is honestly just really funny to me. Then there's the blacklisted ending, which is achieved after having a liability risk of more than 50 on the last day. After that, we have the bankruptcy ending, which is achieved if you spend all your money on a lawsuit, which I forgot to mention. Your liability risk goes up too much, the chances of lawsuits occurring that you have to spend money dealing with, and if you spend all your cash on one, you'll get this ending. The infinity ending follows right after, which occurs after you buy Egg Baby and do some specific steps in order during the office segment, which reveals a bunch of blueprints and some dialogue from the cassette man. We learn from him that apparently the souls within the animatronics are never able to rest, so he has plans to gather every single animatronic in one place and destroy all of them. Right after this is revealed to us, we are declared insane when we actually aren't, and instead just saw things we weren't supposed to see. The last ending of the game, which goes by the good or completion ending, has been confirmed, which is achieved after you salvaged every single animatronic without one.
Connection terminated. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth. If you still even remember that day,
Here I have 0 years, but I am not dead.
you understand? But yes,
Hearts.
nor have you been called here
I know, I've noticed that too.
Indeed been called. You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection and misfortune. A labyrinth of no exit, but faced with no purpose. You don't even realize that you are trapped. Your lust for blood has driven you in endless circles, chasing the cries of children in some unseen chamber, always seeming so near, yet somehow out of reach. But you will never find them. None of you will. This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, this is job listing not intended for you. Although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. I am remaining as well. I am nearby. This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should. And to you monsters,
Am I just being blind? Where's the oak door?
spirits, they don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace, perhaps more, waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend. My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I'm sorry that on that day, the day you were shut out and left to die, no one was there to lift you up into their arms, the way you lifted others into yours. And then, what became of you? I should have known you wouldn't be content.
I have it laugh.
Not my daughter.
Oh.
I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest for you and for those you have carried in your arms. This ends
Oh.
for all of us in communication.
Congratulations on completing your intentions and actions be genuine. Here at Fazbear Entertainment, we value fun, family, and food. But more importantly, we value our commitment to atoning for past mistakes and tying up loose ends. Thank you for your participation. There is no need to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity. Please accept this certificate of completion. Goodbye for now, and thank you for taking this journey with us. And with that, let's talk about the aftermath of this game. While I'm not as familiar with this game compared to the original four, it's still an amazing title within the series and a great synopsis story.
Wanna see the city I am working on in my world after a little building?
I'm glad Scott was still
Might
adding
as well.
elements to the story that really paid off, especially with the speech presentation ending. Now I just have to gush a bit about this ending because holy fuck was Scott here in that speech. It's honestly one of the coolest lines of dialogue I've ever heard. Something that I also didn't mention but will now. Play certain mini games you bought in a secret way like Midnight Motorist, Broody Maze, Security Puppet, and also salvage all of the animatronics. You get this image, which is assumed to be the names of the original kids with the missing children. Habits called Freddy in the grave all the way in the back of the tree, theorized to be the crying child. Back to the conclusions ending. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from my memory, the cassette man who's speaking here is actually co-founder of Fazbear Entertainment, Henry Emily. Mentioned in this speech, Elizabeth, actually daughter of William Afton, who is actually the same Mr. Afton in the future location, being that William Afton is also a cool guy and Springtrap. Henry Emily essentially linked everyone to this one location, including Springtrap, who is now scrapped. He says that the remaining don't exactly know what the perception of this game was back then, but nowadays it is definitely looked upon very well and for good reason. There's just nothing really wrong with this game. It's a good spin-off while also being a main title within the series. There's not a whole lot of YouTube content based around this game though, sadly, besides the occasional Let's Play of course, and the only something I could find that's really based on this game is CG5's Labyrinth, which people keep fucking commenting on my fan songs video that I missed. You can stop commenting that now. This game definitely deserves a lot more love than it's gotten. It's free on Steam, and just a in general. The rest of this video is going to be formatted a bit differently because I have now completed the basic games. I'm learning snap games to learn gadgets from last snap game, but I'm not going to go as in depth on those. I'm just going to now cover all the events that happen in specific games that released in those years to be included in that. But of course, some events will be talked about longer than others. But hey, let's our 2018 Okay, literally nothing happened in the first half of 2018 that you remember. Well, actually, on June 27th, 2018, the game that was supposed to be the title for Pizzeria Sim got delayed and released as an Ultimate Custom Night. Now, there are they honestly just don't hit as hard as the earlier ones. So just know that they happened and existed. Fun fact though, this game's release was actually delayed for a little bit because of a single YouTuber that Scott Cawthon wanted him to be playing the game on day one, but couldn't since he was on vacation. And that YouTuber was Doc, who also made a bet with Scott that if he beat the maximum for the game, he would get an exclusive interview with him. Speaking of, however, let's talk a little bit about the game itself. So while this game is confirmed to be non-canon by Scott and is a spin-off, it hasn't stopped the community from forming theories about the game. The most popular theory surrounding this game is that you are actually playing as the game after it's
Wait, Scott said that UCM was not canon?
have characters throughout the series means a long game.
Since when?
It's all of them at once. We're not going to go into what every single animatronic does because that would add like a solid 10 minutes to this video, even just explaining them really simply. But there is a video from Max who does an amazing job at explaining the competitive scene of the game.
Since forever.
All the characters with Max Reactor, 20
How the hell did I not know this?
Joking, I have no clue, lol.
I guess since it came out. I won bloody more. I need one more plank and I don't even have one more.
Foxy and Spring Bonnie model, which were found out to actually be fan-made, which ended up causing a bit of controversy, but it was acknowledged quickly and changed to be this one you see here. Also, the company behind this game would be Steelwood Studios, which previously had worked on a handful of VR titles, but this was their first project with the FNAF IP. Only 2 months later, on May 28th, the game would be released to very positive reception. It's often regarded as one of the best VR titles even to this day. To dumb it down, the game is essentially a mix-up of a lot of older FNAF titles being able to be played in VR, and is in the perspective that the game itself is actually made by Fazbear Entertainment, and a recreation of these fictitious scenarios. Yeah, alright buddy. Along with recreations of the older games, there are also some newer game modes as well that are available to be played and are pretty fucking terrifying. This would also be the start of Steelwood trying to take the FNAF lore into their own hands with the introduction of Glitch Trap, who is apparently,
ILL not be in stream, but ILL be in game. ILL be back in stream soon.
Okay.
Having some mysteries, the game essentially gave a perfect ending to the story. This motherfucker somehow put his soul into a VR game. Oh my god, yeah, I don't care anymore. I appreciate Steelwood for trying to extend the story, but I am not trying to think about all that. The FNAF story ended at Pizzeria Set for me. This game is still good though, even with this stupid fucking buddy bitch over here. 2 months after this game was released, there would also be a very important video that would be posted on July 25th, and that video would be called Fazbear Entertainment Video Manual, a channel called Squippus the Grippus. This video would be a fan-made analog horror short that essentially planted the seed for FNAF and analog horror becoming very intertwined with each other. Others would follow soon after making their own versions of FNAF analog horror, also called FNAF VHS, which has become a very popular subgenre within the FNAF community. Although there is some controversy around these type of videos, with some saying how this is scarier than anything Scott has put out, or some people taking the spin that these creators put on the FNAF series as actual canon to the real series, and yada yada. Either way, it definitely did start to popularize FNAF again, and this was the time that FNAF would start to increase in the public eye. Before I do end off this section though, I gotta point out that the creator of this series was later exposed for being a murderer/pedophile, so I don't condone any of their actions, but it is a very important moment in FNAF history that I gotta mention. So, going to now FNAF's 5th anniversary on August 8th, Scout updated his website to his teaser. There were 4 animatronics we had never seen before, so this was assumed to be a new game with the release date of 2020. Over a month later, on September 29th, the website was updated once again to display only one of the animatronics, which is obviously this game from Fazbear. that same day, FNAFworld.com of all
Back in stream, bitch.
related to,
Oh,
this was taken down.
welcome back in stream.
This teaser being taken down was because Scott now saw it as it being a bit too over the top. With the way Freddy had a bulge and this wolf girl, let's just say had some interesting choice of clothing. On November 22nd, 2019, Scott introduced to another teaser but of a different game, FNAF Special Delivered. With an AR tag, fans are speculating on what kind of augmented reality game this would be, but they wouldn't really have to since the same day would be the drop for early access to some people, and then the game being out publicly just 3 days later. The game was developed by Illumix and was actually a mobile game of all things, which was kinda along the lines of Pokemon Go. Don't quote me on that since I literally have never seen gameplay of this game whatsoever. Gee, I hope this game doesn't end up creating a bunch of weird color schemes with the main animatronics that Funko mass produces figures of that nobody buys because they're ugly as fuck. That would be kind of a shame. Well, come the fuck on, as the 2010s were about to end, there's actually quite a few interesting things that happened in just the month of December alone. On the 3rd, Scott Cawthon dropped Dead Space 2, a spin-off side-scrolling platformer element to bring awareness to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital fundraiser, which is what this previous freaky-ass trailer was for. On the 17th, Latin mode for Help Wanted was released, meaning you could play the game without a VR headset, although I really wouldn't recommend it since it kinda takes away from the experience.
Yeah, VR. Help Wanted's flat. I've got that book now. Help Wanted's flat mode is weird. I don't really like it all that much. I don't really play it that often. I usually do VR. That's really cool. I like that. Pardon.
Which is what this previous freaky ass trailer was for. On the 17th, Latin mode for Help.
I'm gonna see if anyone else is online.
The game without a VR headset, although I really wouldn't recommend it.
That guy, DJ and Rage.
9 days later, another FNAF book was released.
Shut up.
Said that the Fourth Closet was actually the last book, which technically it still is, but this book, Into the Pit, was more of a spin-off series that contained 3 short stories.
Sorry, was doing something RQ.
Triple header, but with FNAF concepts. Now finally, the 2010s was a thing of the past. The 2020s were just about to start.
It's alright.
2020 definitely didn't
Hi,
have the best
look.
start of the decade.
Yeah, when I went out to the other day, I managed to find some of the Fazbear Frights books in the wild, which was really cool, and I saw they had Into the Pit, and I got it, and I've only read one of the 3 stories, but I'll get to it. I'll get to the rest eventually. First time I really found FNAF merch out in the wild. You don't really find much of it in my town.
Like the man behind the slaughter, referencing the Living Tombstones FNAF 2 song It's Been So Long, but as time went on, it just became people genuinely becoming interested in the franchise again. One major factor that contributed to this was definitely TikTok. And as much as people don't want to hear this, I think TikTok was a net positive for FNAF. Even if there is a lot of those more misinformation videos like, ooh, Fritz died.
Okay.
Ooh, FNAF VHS is so scary type shit. It still is an amazing outlet for people to show off their love for the franchise. It might even be relevant in the future. A lot of the important things that happened this year were more towards the end of 2020, however. Let's talk about that. Around June to July, there was a massive leak that occurred of the designs of the new animatronics for the new game, which had also revealed the name of the game and security breach. You know how and who leaked this? Fucking Funko of all people. Yes, you heard me correctly. The figure company had ended up leaking designs of the characters way before it was supposed to be shown to the public, which ended up causing a lot of drama. Obviously, there's backlash toward Funko for leaking the designs. It had actually been the second time they did this, but also because this merch was seen as lazy since they were found to just be retextures of already existing merch. However, there's also some backlash from fans towards Steelwolf because for some reason they said they thought the designs were ugly, which first of all, these are not the real designs. They're scaled down with less detail for the figures. And second of all, okay, yeah, the retexture thing is valid. Anyways, before you know it, the 6th anniversary of FNAF is already here, and a lot of stuff is announced.
I think that that's enough building. You mind if I show you my town city now?
Yeah.
As well as an update on the FNAF movie. Yeah, remember when this shit was announced in 2015? Well, Scott Cawthon had made a troll post about bad news for the movie, which ended up being him reading a lot of the scrap plots and then actually announcing that they were able to land on one and filming was starting in the spring of next year. Sadly, however, Scott also had to announce that the new game security breach would have to be delayed until next year as well, due to the pandemic sort of messing up things as well as the fact that their scope for the game had just expanded. However, However, something that made up for this was something that probably no one had ever seen coming. On August 21st, 2020, Scott announced a new collaborative program titled the Fazbear Fanverse Initiative. To put it bluntly, this was a new program that Scott had made with Clickteam to fund fan projects related to FNAF. Yes, you heard me right. Scott was now officially working with Clickteam to bring this project to life, from originally using their first software to now working with them side by side. But anyways, what benefits were the people within the fanverse getting? Well, besides funding, even though the games were still to be released on Figment for free, Clickteam will help with porting the games to console and mobile, and they will also receive help with making merch and toys for the games. In the initial lineup for the fanverse, it included 5 games. Emil Macker was going to create Five Nights at Candy's 4, Nixon was going to create the Jordan Creation Ignited Collection, Kate Carter was going to create Pop Rose Evergreen, Jonathan Cruz
Just loading into it already.
Right.
Snap from the ground up. Wait, who the fuck is that last guy? So you might have noticed from that lineup, those are all action creators and fan games I had talked about before. However, Fizzcom was different from the rest. He was actually recreating one of the official games instead of making something completely new. But this didn't really matter at all because now, everyone was hyped for this. And so like no downside to a project like this because it was giving back to the community and producing even more content and everything was fine. Hopefully there's no controversy surrounding this anytime soon. On September 16th, we'll finally get our first official look at Security Breach, with the teaser trailer being posted on the PlayStation YouTube channel. While not revealing much, it did showcase the size of the map, which was absolutely huge. Dako would also
It has a 300 MB world, so it does take a second LOL.
This is not for now.
Jeez.
Let's not for now. No.
Steel will also tell you no add even more content, as on October 23rd, we released a paid DLC for Help Wanted called The Curse of Dreadbear. 2021 was a massive year for FNAF. The point that I'm not going to stall at all, let's just get right into this. I have no idea when this took place, but a user by the name of
And that's mainly from building, not even exploring.
Burger King uniform to join us for a fight by JT Music, which is just really fucking funny. Only 2 months into 2021, on February 25th, PlayStation will host their State of Play game conference, which also contained a specific game. Of course, that game was Security Breach. The stream contained a new gameplay trailer, which I'm not even joking. The separate trailer video for the game has almost 20 million views to this day, so it really showed that people were hyped for this title, especially Dako, of course. 2 months later, on April 28th, which fun fact is actually one of my brother's birthday. Happy birthday, little bro. Security Breach was released. Both Fury's Rage, not the actual game. This was yet another spin-off, which was in the style of old arcade side-scrolling beat-em-ups, except for the sequel.
You're not online nor on my friend list.
Funny about this game is the description was just great. Just to be clear right off the bat, this game is called Fury's Rage, not Rage Rage. So just get that straight. This is a game about unbridled anger and busted. Got it. Also, some credits.
Let me just fix it one sec. I believe you should have seen invite LOL. Where are you, RN?
Public statement on both the FNAF subreddit and
Here.
its own website, which would be the last time we'd ever update the site, besides removing the post a bit afterwards. Before I say anything else, check out this awesome piece of fan art. Pretty amazing, right? I have boxes and boxes of artwork like this from fans that I have saved over the years. I've tried to answer as many letters as I could, and I apologize to anyone that I missed somehow. Someday, you'll be able to make a giant collage of all the fan art I've collected. Stuff like this has made it all worthwhile over the last 7 years. I've had a blessed, fulfilling, and rich career. I've been shown great kindness, and I've tried to show great kindness in return. I've tried to make some good
pardon.
games, let the debate ensue, and I've witnessed the creation of possibly the most creative and talented fan base on the planet. But here on the 7th anniversary of the first game's trailer, as I realized I was in my mid-30s when I created the series, now I'm approaching my mid-40s, I realized I missed a lot of things I got to focus on before FNAF became such a success. I miss making games for my kids. I miss doing it just for fun. And I miss making RPGs even though I stink at it. All this to say that I'm retiring. I've been shown tremendous love and support over this last week, a lot of which has come from the LGBTQ community. to me has been surreal. Is this the end of FNAF? No. This just means that someone else will eventually be running the show, someone of my choosing, and someone that I trust. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out, but an announcement will be made at some point. I have 6 kids now, although one of them is currently the size of a blueberry. I love them dearly. They are my whole world and my whole universe. I want to focus my attention on them, focus on protecting them, and spend my time making things for them. I only ask that my fan base respect my decision. I still will be around, just not in the capacity that I used to be. What a blessed career I've had.
Entrance.
What wonderful people I've met. And what a tremendous blessing to have been able to know all of you. Thank you so much. See you on the flip side. The Reddit response was much more thorough in explaining his perspective, but since it is quite long, I'll explain the gist of it. Scott essentially explains how this situation was affecting his life, such as being doxxed, having been sent death threats, and being labeled a homophobe. He defends himself with his donations, saying he donated to various amounts of people such as men, women, white people, black people, Republicans, Democrats, etc. He also says that he does not care about anyone's race, religion, gender, orientation, and treats everyone the same. He finally ends his statement with this. I'm a Republican. I'm Christian, pro-life, I believe in God. I also believe in equality, in science, and in common sense. Despite what some may say, all of those things can go together. That's not an apology or a promise to change. It's always the way it's been. If I get canceled, I get canceled. I don't do this for the money anymore. I do it because I enjoy it. If people think I'm doing more harm than good now, then maybe it's better that I get canceled and retire. I would accept that. I've had a fulfilling career. Besides, most things that people can take from you are things that never had much value to begin with. I have always loved and will continue to love this community and this fan base, even if someday it doesn't include me.
My Iron Farm laugh.
When it comes to this situation, this is definitely the most divided the FNAF community will ever be on a single topic, even to this day. I think Dawko was the person who said it the best in his response to the entire situation. People are allowed to be upset with Scott and his choices, and can even decide to not support the franchise anymore.
This area is mostly not finished.
Going as far as
Okay.
to dox and threaten Scott and his family is just
What is your villager trafficking operation?
situation, which I don't know how many of you actually do, but it's my video, I'm gonna say it anyways. I definitely don't think Scott's anti-LGBTQ at all. He made those donations with the mindset of bettering the country, not with the mindset of hating gay people or whatnot. And if you disagree with that, that is perfectly fine. Like Dawko mentioned, you are allowed to have your own opinion and continue to support the franchise or not. Okay, to lighten up the mood, one really funny tweet that I remember seeing but can't find went along the lines of something like, how the fuck did Scott make this animatronic design and then donate $50,000 to Mitch McConnell after? Also, shout out to this one guy on Reddit who congratulated Scott for his child that was on the way. Fast forward a few months, on October 27th, 2021, PlayStation would host yet another State of Play game showcase, which would contain the final trailer of Security Breach and its release date, which I'll just have Dawko tell you.
Oh my god! December! 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 December!
They can never make me hate you, Dawko. Like, there is literally no one else in this community who is as positive and hyped for the franchise as Dawko is. A few days later on Halloween, we get our first entry from the fan base that will be completed, which is 1 out of 1d3. And then a few days later, right after the release of the game, Jonathan was outed for being a pedophile. Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably a minus 2 months later, as promised, Security Breach would be released on December 16th, 2021.
I would not have the patience to do all that.
Because quite frankly, I have no fucking idea, and I do
What is your overall rating so far?
Jesus, this game
So far?
the amount of bugs are crazy.
Definitely like
Because there were a shit
e-
ton of glitches, a lot of people calling
a good out of 10.
delivering an unfinished
I can't decide on a number. You get a good out of 10.
which could still be found within the game. I mean, I kid you not, there were literally videos with millions of views that just covered the game's glitches. Of course, the game would receive bug fixes later on, but yeah, the release was kind of a disaster. But this game did also kind of contribute to IShowSpeed's rise of fame with his over-the-top reactions to some of the jump scares.
I like being over!
Everyone also had some good fan songs released about this game.
I am hoping to get it finished by day 2000 laugh.
Also, if I'm being honest, the only reason I still kind of care about this game is because all of the characters are really fucking hot. If I'm being honest, 2022 is kind of a filler year for this franchise. Besides there being a shit ton of books being released and a free DLC for Security Breach being announced, I can't really think of anything else that happened. So, oh wait, Hex released their first first FNAF
It caused me hungry bitey.
It's actually
Okay.
a company started by Doggo and Hero Shark, which specializes in these really high quality FNAF plushies as well as occasional clothes, but it's mostly FNAF plushies. They were actually first founded in March of 2021, and then later their collab was announced in June of the same year, but the collab finally dropped in 2022. So yeah. Well, I guess that's kind of everything now. Fuck, 2023 would probably be one of the biggest years for FNAF, besides 2014 and 2015, so let's just get on with it. You know Lady Busy? Well yeah, in February of 2023, a user by the name of Spring Popo on the FNAF subreddit would gather a shit ton of evidence against Lady Busy of her doing some absolutely deplorable shit. Like I'm talking about transphobia, writing fanfics about pedophilia and sexual assault, accusations of grooming and tracing other people's artwork, and being into Nazi ideology. These accusations actually started in 2019, but the reason I'm only mentioning it now is because Scott Cawthon not only came out of a 2-year hiatus on Reddit to comment on this, but also confirmed that she was fired from the franchise. So I guess cancel culture is beneficial sometimes. Also, Pinky Pills did come out to defend Lady Fitzy, but ended up deleting her comments right after Scott's reply. Hopefully this isn't foreshadowing towards anything bad or something like that. Ha 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 ha. So the FNAF movie, am I right? Would you believe me if I told you that it also got leaked on May 6th? Someone had took a phone recording of an early version of the first trailer for the FNAF movie and posted it online, which obviously went viral because people couldn't tell if it was real or not. However, it did actually end up being real, and Scott himself confirmed it under a post about the leak on Reddit. Many people were obviously very upset about this leak and refused to watch it. Not long after this, I kid you not, the leaker himself made a fucking apology video for leaking the trailer. I'm not even gonna show this because obviously this dude just wanted attention, but I think it's really funny how he got exactly what he wanted, but then realized he could probably be sued for his entire family tree since he broke an NDA. Either way though, a month later, on June 27th, we finally got an official trailer for the FNAF movie from Universal Studios themselves. We got a lot of good information from this trailer, such as just the movie, which actors will play who, and of course, the release date. Also, my goat Corey was in the fucking movie, yeah! The film was revealed to now be behind the direction of Blumhouse instead of Warner Bros. Josh Hutcherson was revealed to be playing Mike, one of the main characters. Matthew Lillard was revealed to be playing William Afton, and the release date of the film was October 27th, being both in theaters and straight to streaming on Peacock. Then a month later, after the first trailer was released, the DLC for Security Breach was released for free on July 25th, and unlike Security Breach, it was very well received even at launch, with not as many bugs. I hope this fun new free DLC doesn't get one of the Fanverse games canceled. Are you fucking— Yeah, long story short, Biznom's game, FNAF Plus, ended up getting canceled partly because of Ruin. I'm not going to go into it at all, but I do talk about it more thoroughly in this video here if you're curious. But yeah, that fucking sucks. The Fanverse really is not going exactly the way it should be right now. 3 projects are still being developed with not many teasers or progress updates. One is completed with the creators of Loser Pedo, and one is canceled. Fuck. July 29th.
Teach your boys to become men before their teachers teach them to become women.
At least they're not being taught by Five Nights at Freddy's, because if you're taught by Five Nights at Freddy's, you become Freddy Fazbear. And if you're afraid,
This meme honestly isn't even that funny if I'm being honest.
at least I'm not Kid Ashley, because
How the fuck did you get here? As days went by, we were getting closer and closer to the FNAF movie. October hit, 27 days away. On the 18th, just 9 days away from the movie releasing, Scarlett dropped a game on GameAngel called FNAF the Movie, the Game, which ended up just being Freddy in Space 3. You guys remember how I mentioned Speed, right? Well, he decided to play the Ruin DLC, and it ended up with him accidentally showing his little speed to the entire world. Glam Rock Chica, how does it feel to be the reason that the biggest streamer on YouTube showed his dick online? What are you talking about? October 27th, 2023. Yeah, the movie dropped. Originally, people were kind of worried because the movie had debuted with a pretty low score on Rotten Tomatoes from the critics, but upon actually watching the movie themselves, yeah, fuck the critics. Obviously, it's personal opinion on whether you like this movie, but a majority of the fan base could agree that it was mostly perfect for the fans, which is who this movie was obviously made for. I can't go too much into the movie, but I will just say it definitely did not disappoint, especially with a cameo from Corey, Pat, the fact that the Living Tombstones FNAF 1 song was used in the credits. Also, before this movie dropped on October 27th for the US, some theaters got it early and a fight broke out at one of the theaters toward the end. But to say this movie was a success would be an understatement. Not only did this movie make over 10 times its budget, but it also became Blumhouse's highest grossing movie to date. Despite the fact it went straight to streaming on Peacock, it was also the highest grossing horror movie before 2023, being titles such as Scream 6 and Megan. This was still not it for FNAF, however, as on December 14th, Steelwood would drop a sequel to Have Wanted, and then just 6 days later, we got an official FNAF licensed Roblox game, which was then immediately privated because there's actually a huge misunderstanding, and now the entire game had to be scrapped and started from scratch. So this is it. We are finally at the current year of 2024, and so much has already happened, and even more to come. For the last time, let's just get straight into it. In January, we were already kicking it off with a bang from Josh Hutcherson revealing that a sequel to the FNAF movie was in development, although not yet official. Also, Matt Pat revealed that he was retiring. Wait, what? On January 9th, Matt Pat had made an announcement on the Game Theory channel that he was going to be stepping away from YouTube after he had done 10 Final Theories. Obviously, this was huge news considering that Matt Pat was not only a monumental figure in the FNAF community, but YouTube in general. Thousands of people came to give their support in the comments, including Scott Cawthon himself. But for the next 10 weeks, Matt Pat would host one Game Theory a week before his final one on March 9th. On the 23rd of the same month, it was leaked that a new FNAF game was actually in development, although by a completely new studio that we had never seen before, called Mega Cat Studios. They were making a game called FNAF Into the Pit, based on the book of the same title. Despite this leak, Scott was able to make this into a positive thing, and it also revealed that this game was for the 10th anniversary of FNAF. Also with this, we got the return of FNAF hoaxes. Yeah, believe it or not, but someone had photoshopped part of Spring Bonnie's back and made it look like he was caked up as fuck, which while being obviously fake, was really funny. Like, goddamn, this bitch got a Spring Bakery. Going into February, sadly on the 1st, Illumix announced that FNAF AR was going to be discontinued and removed from App Stores on the 3rd. It ended up being removed a day early, then on March 14th, it was shut down completely. It does suck to see this game go, especially because it had a lot of potential, but it seems like Illumix just weren't interested in the game anymore, since toward the end of its lifespan, there were less and less updates. Scott did acknowledge this and wished Illumix the best of luck for their future projects. However, let's turn back 5 days. On March 9th, finally went down, and that posted on Game Again video, that had coming down over being host to Tom Robinson, and we all got something we never expected.
I've been expecting it. Come, we have much to discuss.
Holy fucking shit, you don't know why I'm freaking out. That was Scott Cawthon. I kid you not, but for the first time, Scott Cawthon was actually caught on film. Like, actually moving and shit. I know this sounds delusional, but you gotta understand that photos of Scott Cawthon in general were super rare. The dude is like a unicorn of a person. There are rarely any photos of this guy. In fact, one of the more recent photos of this dude is him taking a picture of a fan who somehow recognized him at a Chick-fil-A. And the mom of the fan didn't even know who he was, so she posted it to Instagram asking people who he was, which is just so fucking funny. But that goes to show you how much of a big deal this was. The first time Scott Cawthon was caught on film talking and moving was for Matt Pat's final video, showing up to your own movie premiere versus Pookie's retirement. A month later, we would get, guess what, another controversy. Whoa! Around the month of April, a user on Twitter who I'll not be named to prevent harassment had claimed to have an unreleased version of an already existing book called The Freddy Files, which was released on August 29th, 2017. This book essentially serves as the guide to FNAF, but this user claimed to have a different version of this book, which they nicknamed the Talbert Files. Okay, so first of all, who the fuck is Talbert? This issue got so bad about whether this was fake or not that Scott had to come out and say that he had no idea what the fuck the Talbert Files were and confirm that they were fake. The person who was pushing this to be true at the time was receiving a lot of hate over it since it was confirmed to be fake. So I just wanted to say that if you somehow find this person, please don't harass them about it or anything. It's just really funny to say the word Talbert now. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Around the same time this whole Talbert debacle is going on, there's also a movement to have Pinky Pills, the artist, fired from the franchise due to similar allegations Lady Busy was accused of. Once again, Supreme Coco on the FNAF subreddit did a huge megaton of evidence, with proof supporting Pinky Pills of being an art tracer, having really weird taboo sexual fantasies, drawing nude art of Mona who's confirmed to be a minor, and even fucking admitting to herself to Scott Cawthon. What the fuck? This literally isn't even the tip of the iceberg of all the weird shit she has done. So no wonder there was a movement for her to be fired trending on Twitter. A bit after Scott made a post about the Talbot files, he then made a post regarding Pinky Pills on May 2nd, saying that she would be staying in the franchise to do work, which, and I quote, he says, again, I hope the fanbase will be receptive to this. I know that I've needed second chances again in my own life, so I try to give them when I can. That's not always possible, and I think in this case it can be. Interesting. Now let's look at the upvotes and comments. Oh no, bro. I kid you not even a day later, Scott then made another post regarding the situation about Pinky Pills, and all he had to say that was she ended up making the decision herself to move away from the franchise. That was it. Well, thank fucking God. There was now a deleted tweet from Pinky Pills of her addressing the situation via video, but I couldn't take it seriously. In that video, not only she cried, but for some reason she was playing with a Chica plushie while talking about the situation and cried. So it just seems like you're watching an SML knockoff having a mental breakdown. That was definitely one of the May 2nd of all. Certified pedophile. Same month, Scott would also announce the creation of a Twitter account with the handle @FNAF_Game, but it would only then make its first post on June 18th, revealing the icon for the 10th anniversary as well as a schedule of things being released from August 1st to August 8th. The day after that post, the account would announce the full lineup for the week. On August 1st, My Pop Goes, one of the entries from the Fanverse, would be published. On August 2nd, Ixo will release a demo for the Joy of Creation, been changed from being the Ignited Collection. On August 3rd, a new FNAF interactive novel titled VIP would be released for free. On August 4th, there's going to be a special announcement for Steelwood. On August 5th, Doc would release his second interview with Scott Cawthon. On August 6th, a new collab would be revealed. By the time I'm writing / recording the script, it still has not been August 6th, so please be Fortnite, please. August 7th, a demo of a game from 15 called 5 Laps at Prison. There's theorized to be a racing game spin-off. Finally, on August 8th, Into the Pit would finally be released. And with that finally out of the way, it was 10 entire years of Five Nights at Freddy's. Multi-million-dollar franchise with tons of games, books, merch, a movie with a sequel in the works, and most importantly, millions of people in countless sub-communities forming one big fan base. Five Nights at Freddy's has not only changed my life, but the lives of countless others. It has given people opportunities that wouldn't be there had it not been for this franchise. I hold this theory so close to me because it truly has stuck with me no matter what. Even if I start losing interest or getting it again, it has provided me with an outlet to just be myself. Meet people I would have never met without it. Discover things about myself I probably would have never known otherwise. By the off chance that Scott somehow sat through this entire video, I just want to say, well, sorry for my language throughout this entire video, but also thank you for everything. Thank you for all of the memories, opportunities, enjoyment, happiness, and so much more you have given people. In a weird but thank you, Scott Cawthon. Well, that's finally it. Over 74 pages, 35,000 words, and countless days where I've stayed up more than I should have. I sincerely hope you all enjoyed this video. Before I end this video, I want to give a special thanks to a few friends of mine and inspirations that have helped me along the way with this video. Special thanks to MR Springs for helping me with some of the information gap.
It's fair to say everyone has had a bad day, whether it be something small like spilling Taco Bell all over your lap in the car, or something big like a breakup, or more seriously, the loss of a loved one. But very few can say they lost more than 13 years of their life's work in an instant while being essentially forced at gunpoint to press the delete key. Meet Logan 30acre, the founder of YouTube empire Super Mario Logan, or SML for short. Accumulating a combined 25 million subscribers and 14 billion total views across his 4 channels, Logan has been working on what many think is kids content for over 15 years now, and at a glance, you can't blame them. Looking at the colorful thumbnails of SML, most just think it's a puppet channel made for children, but that couldn't be further from the truth. In reality, SML is closer to Adult Swim shows in terms of comedy, and Logan has tried making this explicitly clear over the years, establishing the channel at the age of 13 and growing up alongside it by incorporating more adult humor into his skits as he got older.
Now, I want to be honest, my channel is not a kid channel. It's not meant for kids. My channel is for the same demographic that Family Guy or South Park or Robot Chicken.
However, this wouldn't stop younger viewers from watching and becoming the channel's main demographic, resulting in SML being plunged into hot water after parents expressed their distaste. Controversy would soon follow when a child tried to imitate what a character was doing in an SML video, and before long, journalists were up in arms while calling for the channel's deletion. This is barely scratching the surface in terms of hardship, and Logan's entire YouTube career has been a non-stop struggle of medical issues, demonetization, cheating scandals, lawsuits, Lamborghinis, and the aforementioned deletion of his channels. But how did he get here? Today, we'll be uncovering the truth and the full story of what happened to Super Mario Logan, a man tortured by fame.
Yo, I ain't here for the money, I ain't here for the fame. Though I might be nice to own a jet plane, I'ma do it all for you. Come along and see it's true, but the world is pretty cold. You might need a sweater too. I'ma put a ride on ya. Kid from California, try to make it a night, but school they never taught ya. Dreams of my own, have a lucky from home. I can do it on my own, but sometimes it get cold like.
Logan 30acre was born on November 17, 1994, in Pensacola, Florida. He grew up with his older brother Lance, and the two often played in the living room with figurines, toys, and boogers, ordinary kid stuff. From a young age, Logan's family had been facing challenges and difficulties. When he was 3, his parents would get divorced, possibly due to his father's absence because of his job as a truck driver. Since this was so early in Logan's life, he never really remembered his biological father that much. Lance, on the other hand, probably did, being that he was older. Regardless, Lance was still a child, and when a child goes through something like a divorce, they can act out in erratic ways, sometimes unintentionally. Kids around that age also just like to smash things and make messes everywhere, so that could explain what happened next. While playing in the living room like they usually did, Lance accidentally struck Logan on the head with a baseball bat. This wasn't a light smack either. Lance had hit Logan so hard that he knocked him out. Fearing the worst, Lance ran to tell her mom, believing he had actually killed his younger brother. After getting rushed to the hospital, Logan came out relatively unscathed, with no apparent brain damage, but his skull was fractured. He later blamed this incident on why he was never good at math.
But he did hit me so hard, I think I forgot math. I'm really, really bad at math.
Unbeknownst to Logan, this was just the beginning of his physical trauma. In 2004, his family traveled to Louisiana to visit his cousins, and Logan regularly spent most of his time there swimming in his relative's huge pool. Since Louisiana has the highest amount of mosquitoes in the country, it was no surprise that Logan became a target of numerous mosquito bites, which didn't really bother him until he left. But upon returning to Florida, Logan's health took a downturn, severe neck pain and bouts of vomiting. Concerned for his well-being, his mom took him to the hospital for examination, and the doctor asked how he felt on a scale of 1 to 10, to which he involuntarily vomited all over the pain chart. Following this, nurses began performing assessments until Logan tested positive for West Nile virus and spinal meningitis. Immediately, everyone started to freak out, and the gravity of the situation prompted medical professionals to transfer Logan to a larger hospital for specialized treatment. Over the course of about 2 weeks, Logan's condition slowly improved as he received intensive care, gradually regaining his health. After being discharged from the hospital, his mother wanted to lift his spirits, recognizing the significance of the ordeal he had endured. In an act of wholesome Chungus motherly love, she gifted him Super Smash Bros. Melee for the GameCube, aiming to provide solace after 2 weeks of being in the hospital. Logan loved Melee, and this gift would be the catalyst for his future obsession with its characters. This affinity multiplied when Logan's brother met a man named Brian, who eventually became a stepfather. Raising the 2 boys like his own, Brian's knowledge about computers and his enthusiasm for video games played a critical role in further cementing Logan's love for Nintendo, and more specifically, Mario. Spending several hours gaming with his brother and stepfather, Logan started to notice that it was becoming increasingly difficult to eat. Every time he sat down for dinner, he couldn't eat anything without feeling like he was going to throw up, and he was now losing weight. Visiting a doctor for almost the 3rd time in a year, they couldn't find anything, and accused him of faking the illness for attention. Believing this diagnosis, his parents forced him to finish his meals at dinner before he could play any video games. When it came time to eat, Logan hid his food in his pockets and then flushed it down the toilet, just wanting to go back to doing kid stuff. Losing weight for him wasn't that much of an immediate concern, and subsequently, everybody forgot about this issue for the time being. After coming home from middle school one day, Lance showed Logan this cool new website called YouTube, and the two quickly became enamored with the concept of uploading their own videos to the internet for other people to see. So, on December 8th, 2007, Logan would create his YouTube channel, Super Mario Logan 1994, and later shortened it to just Super Mario Logan because he didn't want any numbers in the name. His first upload was, pretty funnily enough, an attempted recreation of a Mario Got Milk ad, but with his Mario figurines as their own. This video didn't perform very well, and only got 2 views. But Logan didn't care at all. He felt an unwavering dedication and love for what he was doing, and this largely fueled his desire to upload more. At the age of 13, Logan wasn't exactly fixated on instant fame or overnight success. He legitimately just found joy in the process of creating short comedic skits, usually involving his Mario plushie. It was like he had an addiction to YouTube with the sheer amount of content he churned out, uploading an impressive 8 videos per day. Despite this, they were still pretty scattered, barely receiving any traction, and only getting a few hundred views at best. Logan began watching more YouTube videos, looking for ways to improve, and eventually found the channel Froggy Company. Froggy was one of the first channels to make plushie content, which was a niche genre originally created by the more well-known Cute Mario Bros. For the uncultured Zoomers watching that don't know what plush content is, think of when you were a child and your mom gave you an iPad. Now replace that iPad with action figures and imagine you are playing a pretend scenario with your good friends, along with a crappy analog camera and high-pitched voiceovers. Then you pretty much have plush content, capturing the innocence of smacking toys together as a child. Logan found Froggy's videos hilarious, so he messaged him and the two became relatively good online friends, with Froggy giving Logan advice on how to improve his own videos. You could even see in the early days of YouTube that Froggy's videos were featured on the favorites section of SML's homepage. One of Froggy's ideas that Logan took to heart was adding a wider variety of plushies apart from Mario, implementing characters like Tony the Tiger, Shrek, and Woody.
Yes.
What do you have to say about Woody, Sid?
All winning makes me keep shack.
This decision actually paid off, and the channel received 1,000 new subscribers a few weeks after the content change. As viewers seemed to love the new characters, Logan would get more and more passionate about YouTube and wanted to improve the quality of his videos. To attain this, he spent $250 on a new set of Mario plushies and $150 on a brand new camera, going so far as to use all of his birthday money solely on this venture. At the time, the channel was a 2-man show, and labor was divided among Logan and Lance until the duo started to out with 2 brothers, Zeke and Luke, who shared their enthusiasm for plushies and skits. The quartet quickly bonded over their interests, and it wasn't long before they were having a blast just playing off camera. Their chemistry was apparent, and all 4 of them believed others might find their antics as entertaining as they did. So on November 17, 2008, Logan uploaded Mario and Luigi's Stupid and Dumb Adventures, a series featuring his newly bought plushies, now voiced by himself, Lance, Zeke, and Luke. Episode 1 was titled A Silly Beginning, and it followed a short comedic story, presumably made by Logan, featuring the usual cast of Mario characters. Little did they know, this seemingly simple creation would mark the beginning of the channel's rise to fame.
Man, do you ever get tired of these hour-long videos?
Well, to be honest with you, Mario, not that much, because I don't even watch them. I just listen to them while I fall asleep.
Hard to fall asleep when everyone is about losers, creeps, and
Hey guys, what's up?
just wanting to BS again.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
Well, I just made a new friend and I'd like you guys to meet him.
No, actually, I don't want to meet anyone. Because last time we met someone, the whole channel got demonetized.
That's very true, Mario. And you know that whole cupcake guy incident? I mean, not a very good look for our child audience, know what I'm saying?
Well, you don't have to worry because this guy's attracted to adult women.
Huh?
Well, here it comes right now.
Hey guys, really nice to meet you. I've been a big fan for a really long time. Shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I've been Turkey Tom. Until next time. Forget about it.
The true turning point for SML's popularity was the introduction of the character Mama Luigi in episode 2. Mama Luigi was voiced by Zeke and was, quote, a mentally deficient clone of Luigi. More importantly, though, the concept of his character was originally from a YouTube poop meme, also called Mama Luigi.
That's me. To you, Mario.
YouTube Poops, or YTPs, are remixes of existing videos, often re-edited in a way that distorts the original contents and splices together audio to make cartoon characters say swear words or just warp the video to the point of nonsense. Popular examples include This Guy Had a Ouija, What is Spaghetti, and Cold. If you were a kid that grew up in the 2000s, it's safe to say you probably would have known what a YTP was. Today, they have a fraction of the popularity they did in the past and are often overlooked in favor of more popular meme formats. But in 2008, the difference between a meme and a YouTube poop was really blurred, with Mama Luigi stemming from a YTP while simultaneously becoming one of the oldest actual memes to be spread. As the Mama Luigi video gained traction, it led more viewers to Logan's videos to see it in a different context. Similarly, fans of SML discovered the YTP and embraced the absurd humor, further fueling the growth of both the channel and the meme. The combination of Logan's endearing content, bolstered by the popularity of Mama Luigi and widespread appeal of YouTube poops, created a perfect storm for the channel's rapid growth, with the original video getting 800,000 views and the channel experiencing a substantial bump in sub count, reaching almost 10,000. Even during Season 1, you can really tell that everyone behind the scenes was just having a blast playing pretend with Mario, and viewers felt the same. Mama Luigi had become a staple of the channel, and fans cherished him as an unironic, beloved character within the growing SML universe. Logan and his friends would still make separate content apart from the MLSDA series, like SML Shorts, but it continued to be the most popular thing on the channel, pulling in hundreds of thousands of views per episode now. Everything looked great, until Zeke and Luke revealed that they were moving to Colorado, splintering the young cast. When they started packing, Logan begged the brothers to film one more episode in order to kill off Mama Luigi, so fans didn't question where he went. He didn't have anyone else to replace Zeke's voice, and because he became so iconic with fans, he felt it was the right thing to do. On July 23rd, 2009, SML uploaded The Loss of the Silly Billy, officially killing off Mama Luigi. Mama Luigi dying actually shook the fan base to its core at the time and was a testament to Logan's genuine skill of creating stories and characters that people enjoyed, even at a very young age. The plot that Logan had made immersed young viewers who could use their imagination and became a definitive trait of the channel. SML's demographic has always been kids, so watching their favorite character that they had been emotionally attached to straight up die canonically was traumatizing for a large portion of the fans, with some even unsubscribing. When I first watched this video back in 2009, I genuinely cried when Mama Luigi died. Dude, when I watched this all those years ago, I cried so much, man. All the little references around his grave and Yoshi sleeping there was too much for child musical. This episode also exemplified Logan's legitimately funny and sometimes insane video style. Keep in mind, this was barely a high school boy making skits for plushies, so it's fair to assume there would have been some teenage angst that could kick in. But even acknowledging that, the contrast between the kids' characters and the situations they were in was great. For reference, this is the general plot outline for the episode when Mama Luigi dies. Luigi, Mama Luigi, and Mario are getting ready for their vacation. While they're ready to go, Mario spanks Toad because he was cursing, then beats him against the wall. They're ready to go until Bowser returns with a gun. Mama Luigi charges Bowser with a bomb. But Bowser doesn't shoot him, which causes him to killing Mama Luigi. Known as Mama Luigi. This is, well, what am I reading? Over the next few weeks, fans incessantly kept asking when Mama Luigi would make his right return, and it annoyed Logan so much that it became an in-joke in the community until he finally revealed the actual reason as to why Mama Luigi died. Regardless, it was clear to see the channel become very successful with how passionate fans got about the furry character, and other plush tubers started to notice, with one becoming increasingly jealous. Froggy stopped talking to Logan after a while and switched his own content to YTPs, not really caring about this part of the channel until he noticed that it started to skyrocket in popularity. Froggy slowly grew to resent Logan out of jealousy because he thought he was the one who contributed the foremost ideas to the series, and it was SML who received all the credit for the fame. This jealousy got to the point of Spike, and when Logan gave over the SML channel password, feeling like he was responsible for its fame. What followed is considered lost media, videos, and wiki entry, but from what it seems, most of this actually did happen, and Logan has confirmed a majority of it in interviews. After getting denied, Froggy had gotten even more resentful and impulsively deleted all of his own plush videos, blocked Logan on Skype, and unsubscribed from SML. In July of 2009, Froggy took this hate to a level 15 evolved status by creating a channel called I which got it terminated a few hours later. Undeterred, Froggy didn't stop threatening Logan and his fans, which subsequently got his main channel removed as well. Froggy accused Logan of orchestrating this termination and tried setting up another account to keep spreading hate towards SML. However, by then, YouTube had enough of Froggy's antics and banned him for life, rendering his email unusable for creating new accounts. After this incident, Froggy vanished, and the entire community just wanted to put the drama behind them to simply continue enjoying Logan's content, who also felt the same way. Following the sudden death of Mama Luigi, Logan needed a fitting replacement to re-engage fans with the story, so he created one of the most infamous characters to this day, Black Yoshi.
That's my neighborhood, folks. Try me again.
Voiced by Lance, Black Yoshi was introduced as Yoshi's cousin and served as a deuteragonist, but more infamously was essentially every black stereotype ever combined into one. His hobbies included committing crimes, stealing, drinking grape Kool-Aid, eating fried chicken, and freeloading. Obviously, this would be seen as absolutely insane by today's standards, but in the early 2010s, this was pretty much par for the course for Shane Dawson, so SML took notes. It didn't seem like this came from a malicious or hateful place from Logan. He just needed a funny character that would interest viewers like Mama Luigi did. Black Yoshi was the first, and certainly not the last controversial character, and he established that even though Logan was using kids' toys, he definitely wasn't afraid to make his skits have a very dark and edgy twist to the humor. Fans loved Black Yoshi, and the character got its own show called Black Yoshi and the Birds. By sophomore year, the channel had gotten accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, and SML was finally starting to make Logan money. The Mario and Luigi series had blown up even more, with episodes getting millions of views. On top of this, Logan also started to date a girl named Chili he had met that year. In spite of the recent drama that had occurred, Logan's life was going great, and things were looking up. That is, until his health started to crumble. Those eating issues he had a few years back were getting worse, and his doctor even put him on a feeding tube because he couldn't gain any weight. Life took a tumultuous turn for Logan as he lived with increasing difficulties. The feeding tube that was meant to provide relief seemed futile as he endured frequent bouts of sickness and even minor seizures. The weight of his illness forced Logan to miss a month of school, and the pain was so unbearable that he was having suicidal thoughts. Even though he had a new girlfriend and a devoted fan base and was making money, Logan's condition left him bedridden and unable to...
Hi parrots, me Mike and back.
Seeing this, his mom decided to seek help from a specialized doctor, and the diagnosis was worrying. Superior mesenteric artery disease, an exceedingly rare and deadly intestinal disease. The only solution to fix this was a risky surgery that could have actually made Logan come out worse than he had been before, but they still went for it. Because of the risk, Logan decided that he needed to finish the Mario and Luigi series in case he died, so he uploaded the season finale on June 20th, 2012, making it a satisfying end to the time loop that brought it back to the first episode, so people could watch the series forever. Against all odds, the series proved to be a success, but there have been unintended consequences as a result. Logan was only supposed to stay in the hospital for a week and a half, but instead he had to stay confined for 33 days with a feeding tube, keeping him sustained through an IV. During his stay, Logan met a young boy named Jamarcus who was battling anemia, and as the days passed by, they slowly became friends. Before Logan knew it, he was out of the hospital and felt better, but sadly Jamarcus was getting worse. Logan visited Jamarcus often until one day, when Jamarcus was looking worse than usual, he told Logan he would be going home soon. He didn't understand what he meant by that until 2 days later, when Jamarcus tragically passed away. This profoundly affected Logan so much that he started to go to church afterwards, and it motivated him to keep working on YouTube, giving him a much greater appreciation of the life he had. In 2013, Logan graduated high school, and it coincided with the 100,000 subscriber milestone. With his pretty remarkable success, he decided that college wasn't right for him, so he fully dedicated himself to SML. After 5 years of hard work, SML had finally become one of the biggest plush channels ever, excelling beyond the genre limitations by consistently uploading, making unique storylines, and creating a likable cast of characters. From an outsider's perspective, it might have looked like just a stupid kids channel, but viewers were genuinely engaged with the work that Logan had put in, and it showed. By 2014, the Super Mario Logan channel had already doubled its subscriber count. Logan's life had gone from frequent hospital visits to big YouTube AdSense checks appearing in the mail, as his videos were now averaging at least over 100,000 views. Utilizing his boom in popularity, he wanted a vacation with Chili, wanting to take a break from the frequent uploads. The couple had been together for 3 years now, and the relationship was growing as they SML. Chili had even made a vlog channel showing a behind-the-scenes look at what Logan was like, and the cameras were off, and immediately fans could notice he was pretty much the same person in real life as how he acted with his kids. If they had to build the attitude for 2014 also introduced the creator Mario overall production value of SML also increased substantially and attracted more people while retaining loyal fans. This also showed Logan's commitment to evolving the channel over time. This was reflected with more elaborate skits such as the Luigi's Mansion series, but more importantly, SML Movies, a label that encompassed a variety of shows and new characters, while mostly being one-off skits. SML Movies became about 95% of the content from here on out, and you can find almost every video under this moniker now. One of the key additions over the years was the integration of both Mario plushies he had used before and brand new original plushies. With a higher budget due to the channel's success, Logan was able to incorporate homemade puppets entirely specific to his channel. Characters like Chef PP, Brooklyn Tea Guy, and Jackie Chu added a new twist that fans loved and established more of an identity for the growing Super Mario Logan brand and lore. The show's voice actors had also grown from just Logan and Lance to an entire cast of people that had iconic characters in their own right. Fan favorite crew members like Lovell, Chris, Elena, and Chili's brother Tito were now integral members of the business, and it formed a sort of family-like team. Emphasis was also put on side characters like Bowser Jr., who could be considered the second most popular character on the channel around this time. Bowser Jr. really was the first character to get a noticeable amount of backlash from fans. Viewers complained that it was too baby-like and had a boring voice, attracting a much younger audience than they wanted. But these criticisms were few and far between, and most fans still watched. As new shows and skits started to develop, viewers noticed a gradual but distinct tonal change from 2014 through 2015. Logan had started to use the word more, and video subjects started to get more and more dark as time went on, with Black Yoshi exemplifying this perfectly, along with plot changes, like the Brooklyn Tea Guy's odd family situation. Older fans had already been accustomed to this style, and even newer viewers embraced it, but this was just a build-up to the climax of this controversy. On January 24th, 2016, Logan uploaded Mario's Babysitter, debuting a brand new character, Jeffy, the child that wore a helmet, a diaper, and shoved pencils up his nose. Jeffy was the one character that crossed the line for some, and many accused Logan of making a mockery of the Despite this, Jeffy's debut series was an instant hit with a majority of Logan's audience, but mostly the younger side. In a paradoxical way, Jeffy's character was extremely controversial and edgy, but also had a personality that kids enjoyed, often repeating the word "why" and having slapstick humor with a very goofy voice. I mean, there's no beating around the bush here. This character is just making fun of autistic people, right? I mean, what else is there to say? Logan capitalized on this popularity to the fullest and started making uploads that fully centered around Jeffy, which paid out almost instantly. Any content related to Jeffy blew up and smashed his previous milestone. Jeffy's 73 million views, by the way. Jeffy's immense popularity translated into a lucrative merchandise market as well. Fans clamored for products featuring the character, leading Logan to make a range of Jeffy-themed merchandise, including plush toys, clothing, and accessories. These products not only further solidified Jeffy's status as an icon in the community, but also contributed significantly to the backlash Logan would start receiving. Longtime fans had grown up and wanted more in-depth storylines instead of constant content revolving around Jeffy. To them, Jeffy was everything they hated about Bowser Jr., but ranked up to 11. If you weren't a kid, he got pretty annoying after a while. It felt like the only thing Logan would upload now was Jeffy content, but this wasn't exactly true at the time, and mostly just a sentiment held by disgruntled fans who had gotten older. Apart from these aging fans, Jeffy's videos still landed Logan into several controversies, probably the second most infamous one being Jeffy's Naughty Word, an episode where Jeffy learns about not the 4-letter F word, but the one with 6 letters, resulting in Mario spanking him and then going to jail for domestic abuse. While this was controversial, people that voiced their displeasure were still in the minority. Keep in mind, this was 2016, where some of the most popular YouTube channels were pushing the humor way more than Logan did. People like Filthy Frank and Leafy were huge at the time. Internet culture as a whole was very different then than it is now, and people were much more accepting of politically incorrect humor in general. So, on October 18th, 2016, Super Mario Logan would officially hit 1 million subscribers, showcasing that the empire he created was so big that at the age of 22, he was able to buy his own house. It cannot be overstated how big of an impact Jeffy had on SML, and his introduction more than tripled SML's sub count in less than a year, dwarfing the success he had previously. Even looking at his graph for 2016, there's a very noticeable spike in monthly views right after Jeffy's debut, with the channel landing an average of 50 million views a month. The accidental success of Jeffy was like finding a golden goose for Logan, and it looked like it had zero downsides for the foreseeable future. As time went on, the fear of a great content replacement via Jeffy from older fans was starting to become true. Looking at videos published around the year, it's not hard to tell that a very large majority of SML content either had Jeffy, Bowser Jr., or both in it. For a channel with Mario in the name, it was weird for onlookers to see Jeffy becoming the face, but that's exactly what happened. On March 24th, 2017, Logan uploaded Jeffy's Tantrum, a video where Jeffy wants a new game on the App Store, but isn't allowed to get it, so he starts freaking out and throwing what some might consider a tantrum. The level of destruction that Jeffy displayed, like destroying an actual TV, was a pretty good illustration of how far SML had risen monetarily compared to their earlier skits. But that wasn't the main source of commentary. After getting punished for wrecking the house, Jeffy gets depressed and decides to do a thing that, well, you can't really say what he did in a YouTube video, but you know. For the time being, this went under the radar, and for the next few months, nobody reacted, with the content growing edgier and edgier with its humor. One great example is Jeffy the Rapper.
I don't know where Jeffy's at. What's up,
where Jeffy becomes a gangster and makes love to a Cheeto box while saying the gamer word. Another good example is The Secret Door, which contained such a high budget with its puppet core that I literally probably have to censor this because YouTube will think it's real. Even as Logan was constantly one-upping himself in terms of dark comedy, his audience loved it, and he even bought a Lamborghini with all the money he'd been making. The surge in popularity from Jeffy had reached its peak, with the channel getting 174 million views in 1 month and reaching almost 5 million subs. By now, fans had been begging for much longer content. Logan played what some considered to be a cruel joke, uploading an hour-long video called the SML Movie on April 1st that was a literal hour of Jeffy watching paint dry on a fence. But 4 months later, an actual trailer for a real movie dropped, hitting never-before-seen levels of hype and excitement from the fan base. Logan was now working on a full-length movie, and the SML channel seemed unstoppable. That is, until December 11th, 2017. An article would be published called "Mum Claims YouTube Crazed Jeffy Inspired Son 7 to Put a Noose Around His Neck." The Jeffy's Tantrum video from a few months ago allegedly had inspired a child to mimic what Jeffy was doing, and he had almost died. His school even made a Facebook post warning parents about Logan's channel. It has recently come to our attention that some children are watching a YouTube show called Jeffy. Whilst we are aware that YouTube has got many educational videos, the content of the Jeffy videos are inappropriate for anyone under the age of 18, and the child's mum has urged parents to stop their kids from watching Jeffy clips. "I would just tell everyone to be extra careful," she said. "He still has a few marks around his neck, but thankfully there isn't anything to worry about." This mother, who claimed her son almost died, stayed anonymous, and with no photographic evidence, fans speculated that this entire thing may have been a lie created by the mother because she just wanted the channel taken down. Like a Karen in a grocery store wanting to speak to the manager. The only problem with this theory is, similar to the mother's claim, there isn't any evidence backing it up. Regardless, numerous articles were made about the mother, and journalists would contact YouTube for a comment on the situation. YouTube's response was to completely demonetize and age restrict Logan's channel, most likely due to them thinking he was a part of the ElsaGate scandal that the platform was dealing with around the same time. ElsaGate was a controversy that came to light when concerned parents and users noticed that seemingly harmless children's videos were displaying disturbing and inappropriate content, including violence, sex, and other not great stuff. These videos were specifically designed to manipulate popular children's characters to attract young audiences and exploit the mentality of views and ad revenue. If you've ever heard about Spider-Man and Elsa content, this is where it stemmed from, naturally. Infamous channels like Toy Freaks even had their real-life kids doing things that were borderline abusive on camera, and eventually got journalists involved, writing articles about how YouTube was allowing this content to be pushed to kids. Consequently, advertisers began to pull out from YouTube, and the platform started to panic, terminating more than 270 accounts and removing over 150,000 videos, as well as making a new YouTube guideline so creators would no longer be able to monetize videos which made inappropriate use of family-friendly characters. Obviously, this was a major problem for Logan because that's literally what all of his content was. The channel clearly wasn't trying to be predatory, but due to the unfortunate circumstances, it often got labeled as an Elsagate channel for the misinformed. Logan responded in a video, upset with YouTube's ambiguous reasoning for why he was demonetized. Fans expressed outrage, and the hashtag SaveSML started to trend, mostly on Instagram. Not long after, ads would be reinstated for the time being, but were taken away again just 2 months later. The next few months would be an endless back and forth of demonetizations and appeals, with no apparent direct line of contact through YouTube. Keemstar previously had success getting some channels remonetized, and SML fans started to ask him, but sadly, after weeks of asking, he only responded with this.
Animals has adult themes, and he puts nooses around the stuffed animals' necks, alright? So of course he's gonna get demonetized. And then he uploads a video saying, well, I don't understand how my videos are not family friendly. Well, because you're playing with stuffed animals, which is attracting a young demographic of kids to watch your content, and then you have adult themes.
The situation escalated when his main channel received a severe blow in the form of a community guideline strike, which put his entire channel's existence at risk. Demoralized and contemplating quitting altogether, Logan was at the lowest he had been in a while. With his main channel no longer a viable option, he decided to redirect his audience to his second channel, aptly named Super Luigi Logan. This was the nuclear option, but switching channels looked to be the only viable way to move forward if he wanted to keep his career. And to his surprise, Super Luigi Logan gained tremendous traction and support, rapidly accumulating nearly 1.6 million subscribers. Unfortunately, his success on this new channel was short-lived, as the demonetization fairy struck yet again, leaving him feeling frustrated and uncertain about his future on YouTube for what seemed like the 100th time. Forced to adapt, Logan moved his content to yet another channel, Super Bowser Logan, in a bid to continue producing content and reach his audience. Logan had considerably watered down his edginess this time, and was trying everything to ensure this third channel wouldn't get demonetized as well.
Common Sense Media calls Super Mario Logan your basic online nightmare.
It didn't help that a few months after switching channels again, Good Morning America had broadcasted a segment on internet safety that mentioned SML in a less than savory way.
Super Mario Logan, I watch him. He's one of my favorite channels.
You've seen it too.
Yeah, I know who Jeffy is.
And you know who Jeffy is too. You're laughing.
Cursing.
Logan responded, saying, Common Sense Media only viewed our old content, and their review was accurate solely regarding those videos. We invite Common Sense Media to conduct a review of our newer videos, which are much cleaner in content. It's important to note, when we began creating these videos back in 2008, we were kids ourselves. We were just a few teenagers goofing around. Given we were just kids, we did not understand many things about YouTube or the audience we would subsequently attract. Today, it's much different. We've adjusted our content to appeal to a wider audience. While it's in everyone's interest to ensure children are not exposed to inappropriate content online, it's ultimately the responsibility of the parents, guardians, and/or supervising adults. These are the only people that have control over what their children have access to. At this point, Logan was appearing on Chili's vlog channel a lot more frequently to update fans and create more content for the recent dry spell. In a half-joking way, he mentioned how he and Chili would be in New York City, and if fans wanted to meet up at the Nintendo store for a free plush, they could. The result was an entire block of New York City getting shut down, and what looked like an endless supply of SML fans swarming the building. Logan had unintentionally created an army of excited viewers who wanted to meet him, and it got so bad that police had to escort him and Chili away to calm down the crowd so they didn't get trampled. Always keeping his happy attitude, Logan remarked at how he appreciated the insane support of his fan base, and he accepted full responsibility for the chaos that ensued. Looking for extra help in this period of uncertainty, Logan reached out and offered to hire EDP, a content creator with a large following that mainly did short comedic videos talking about his favorite football team and Eagle.
And we gotta get the fuck out of here, dude. I just overflooded the toilet.
EDP was a perfect fit for the channel, seeing his sense of humor, and he had a very recognizable voice. As negotiations unfolded, a deal emerged where EDP would secure a permanent role as a part of the channel's crew, rather than just a brief cameo. He stood to receive a monthly payment of $5,000, alongside the enticing prospect of a Super Bowl attendance being covered. Unfortunately, something happened during this exchange, and the job offer failed to materialize, with the reason left up in the air. EDP later expressed his frustration in his exposed video, Super Mario Logan Fucked Me Over, delving into the details of their unraveling deal. In essence, Logan did go through and buy the tickets for EDP and his buddies so they could fly to the Super Bowl, but he was still upset that Logan never got back to him about the job offer that had been previously discussed. Logan never responded, and the video was soon forgotten by viewers, chalking it up to mostly petty drama. But after EDP got exposed trying to meet up with a 14-year-old girl, people began to revisit this original video, illustrating that the situation could have ended up 100 times worse, and that it's hilarious how Logan unintentionally dodged a massive bullet. Afterwards, Logan wanted to get away from any kind of YouTube drama and decided to go to a Jason Derulo concert with Chili, proposing to her in the middle of the show. Things had started to look up for Logan in his personal life, even though his channels were experiencing another wave of misfortune. At this point, the Super Mario Logan channel was in a vegetative state. While still growing in subscriber count, it kept getting demonetized and remonetized in an infuriating whiplash of mixed signals, and it was basically just an archive for older content. Super Luigi Logan had been nuked as well, leaving Super Bowser Logan to become the main source of uploads. Ironically enough, SBL was still steadily growing and actually retained a huge amount of support from viewers, considering this was the third channel Logan moved to. However, just when Logan's luck looked like it was turning around, it started to get worse again. 6 months later, Chili tweeted out, "Relationships are all fake anyways, lol," getting an obvious amount of attention from worried fans wondering what was going on with the couple. 10 days later, Chili's sister would start tweeting out accusations that Logan was cheating on Chili. At Super Mario Logan, you're a worthless piece of shit who not only cheated on my sister with a hooker that you paid about $60,000 for in her own home, but then you turn around and get pissed off at my brother at Tito Potters for snitching on you, then you break all those goddamn stuffed animals. And not only that, you go ahead and decide to fucking scratch yourself to try to get pity from the police. Fucking pussy. You deserve to die alone. Don't worry, honey. Everyone always gets theirs. And let's not forget how you fucking put your hands up. She later followed this up with screenshots of Logan apparently begging Tito not to tell Chili, along with revealing the name of this alleged stripper named Willow. Logan then says that Tito can continue living in the SML house if he doesn't tell her, but she immediately refuses, asserting that he would be telling her anyway. Viewers pointed out that $60,000 for a hooker appeared like a pretty steep price, but were suspicious nonetheless. Tito then made his own statement, providing further detail into what he had said Logan had done. Logan decided to tell me how he cheated on Chili, my sister. Now he really wanted to show me videos of him and that girl having sex while she was on her period. I said no, and honestly, he shouldn't have told me in the first place. That's why I got kicked out of the house and got my Sonic plushies destroyed by Logan. Also, do you know why Elena wasn't in the video for 2 years? Well, that's because Logan had sex with her. Now needing answers, fans began commenting on Logan's Instagram before he released a video showing that he and Chili were still together, and nothing apparently was wrong.
I want to let you guys know that me
Everything's fine. There's a lot of dumb drama going on.
Leaked DMs had also surfaced of Logan sending uncensored pictures of Tito at a strip club to an Instagram group chat called SNL Drama Alert. The assumed reason is because he was angry with him and wanted some kind of revenge. Allegedly, there were minors in this group chat, but the only statements that have come out so far are Twitter accounts saying that they were in it. It's also unknown if Logan knew the age of everyone in this group chat, and he hasn't made a comment about it to this day. The only definitive statement is from Chili, who said, "That's highly messed up. Not on Tito, he's a single guy, so it doesn't really matter. But those women, like no one got their permission to leak pictures of their bodies like that, forever on the internet. And sending it to a group of kids uncensored, WTF, we're kind of mad." Nothing concrete is known about how old anyone actually was in this group chat, or more details about this. And this is by no means an accusation that Logan did anything of predatory nature, just presenting the available accusations. 2 months later, Logan posted on his Instagram story that he and Chili had been broken up for a month, and he just wanted to let everyone know. Since he never denied cheating on Chili, fans have taken this as an unofficial admission of guilt, and Logan started to receive backlash. Meanwhile, the same day he announced the breakup, Lovell came out and said that Chili had actually been cheating on Logan for over 2 years, and Logan even knew about this.
Chili has been cheating on Logan for longer than 2 months. He's known about it for 2 months because that's when I told him.
Logan then joined Lovell on an Instagram Live and he knew.
Okay, so the guy Chili has been cheating on me for a year with.
A year?
Yeah,
Hey,
my
this
mom.
is just one of the, it's been like a couple of, man.
A couple. So last March, a year ago, March of 2018, Chili was messaging this guy named Mark on Instagram, and she like deleted the messages really quick, and I ended up paying the for like $1,000 to get the messages, and I was like, I want to see it, and she was like flirting with him, and he's like, no dude, I promise, like
taken Logan's side in this drama speculated that she was the one who swatted the house. However, no proof was ever shown. By April, Lance posted Logan's new girlfriend on his blog channel, revealing his new girlfriend to be a girl named Adriana. It seemed like Logan had officially moved on, with him posting pictures and even dissing Chili in newer videos.
She's gonna throw this away on camera. The one who should not be named by.
Oh.
I thought a fan did it. No. It's not on, so they say it belongs in the trash.
That's where it belongs. I know, how about we let Adriana throw it away? Yeah, let her. Oh!
The next few months would go by until Chili uploaded a video titled Tito Sneaks into the SML House. This wasn't clickbait. Tito had actually gone to Logan's house and snuck through his window before getting caught by Logan and threatened with the police.
Tito, what are you doing? Get the fuck out of here. They're gonna finish the video.
Obviously, this video was fake, but more than anything, this just confused fans and brought up the question as to why and how. If Logan was officially broken up with Chili, it was assumed he wouldn't be on talking terms with Tito yet. Yet, here they were making a clickbait video. Viewers hypothesized that this entire breakup drama could have been fabricated for attention, but at that point, you have to question their intentions. It's not like they're desperate for views or money. Super Bowser Logan was getting 100 million views per month, and it already racked up 4.5 million subscribers. It also didn't make sense because if it was fake, Logan wouldn't have actually gotten with Adriana. These questions wouldn't be answered until December, when Adriana went to jail for domestic battery and property damage. According to Chili, she's destroyed someone's car and was hitting Logan at a gas station caught on camera. Logan said he's okay though. For a second time, Logan would appear in one of Chili's vlogs. This time, he and Chili bought Tito a car, and it came across that the group had just reconciled and they were all friends again. One distinct edit, however, that was made to the video, which stood out to viewers, is that it looked like whoever edited the video was subtly making fun of Adriana by flashing her mugshot for half a second when Logan was talking about ugly women.
She ain't that pretty. No, she's not funny. She hates you. On the inside, you know how they say the inside she's beautiful? Yeah. Oh my god, that's never happened. This is the car you get to work to get your new car. Yeah.
There's still up for debate on who actually made that edit and if Logan knew about it or not, but it wouldn't matter because a month later, Chili and Adriana made separate Instagram posts that both had Logan in them. Presumably, the three had all attended a football game together, and the details were kept relatively private until a few days later when Lovell leaked a video of Adriana mocking Chili for allegedly getting addicted to cocaine and Adderall, along with calling her a cunt. Adriana made a response video clarifying that the reason she did this was because Chili had apparently leaked her nudes when she used to be a stripper. Adriana then posted secret audio of conversations she had with Logan and his manager, discussing that he had potentially cheated again. Looking back at a tweet made by Chili in November of 2020, this potentially was the case. Logan tested positive for Bovid, which means I could possibly have it. Lol. Adriana already knows. He's been seeing me, and she doesn't care if she gets cheated on, so it honestly doesn't matter if you tell her. Lol. But yeah, that's the latest update with the crew. All that aside, beginning in February of 2021, Logan and Adriana officially broke up, leaving his relationship status a mystery for the time being. Sadly, right as the drama bore the semblance of ending, it started back up again. On the 14th of February, Nintendo of America mailed Logan a cease and desist letter stating that he was in violation of their brand, and if he didn't stop using Nintendo characters like Mario, Luigi, Bowser, etc., then they would take him to court. Logan was forced to delete Super Luigi Logan and abandon Super Bowser Logan, changing his name simply to SML, and removing any video, branding, or character related to Nintendo. Logan went about the grueling process of making all of his previous Nintendo characters into his own homemade puppets, and renaming the characters like Mario to Marvin, Bowser Jr. to just Jr., and so on and so forth. This wasn't the only change, and as a sort of way to maintain the legacy of his older content, he decided to remake literally every old episode featuring his new characters. Keep in mind, since then, archive channels have popped up, one of which has more than 700,000 subscribers and is merely re-uploads of old SML videos. That's how famous this guy is. Meanwhile, Logan had toyed with the idea of creating all of his own original characters in the past, but he didn't go through with it fully in fear of fan outcry. Now, he was forced and there was no other way. July 10th, 2021 might be the most painful memory Logan has ever gone through. Deleting the original Super Mario Logan channel, along with its 9.5 million subscribers and 6.9 billion views. Over 13 years of Logan's life work was gone in an instant, and fans were devastated, erasing millions of fond childhood memories. This video genuinely hurt me. I remember when I started watching these videos, I was about 8 or 9, so about 2009 to 2010. I hate to see all those memories just being deleted like that. And Nintendo has been nothing but a pain in the ass in recent years. I hope you were able to archive those videos for anyone wanting to go back and relive the good times like myself. Hope all is good. While some consider the deletion of the original SML channel to be the death of the brand, others consider it to be a rebirth of sorts. And I agree with that, quite literally in this case. 5 months after the creation of the new SML channel, Logan announced that Chili was pregnant and that they were officially back together. The two had apparently worked out their issues and settled any differences after Chili privately told him the news. For fans, this was a Christmas miracle and repaired some of the traumatic damage Logan had unintentionally caused by deleting the original channel and all of the previous relationship drama that went down. SML certainly wasn't hurting the money department either, as they had gotten enough funds to be able to open a real-life physical SML store, selling puppets, merch, and an assortment of Jeffy-related items. Jeffy was still pretty much the mascot for the channel, but his annoying traits had been heavily toned down, and any hate for him largely dissipated. More characters have returned, and overall the content is much more diverse, with Jeffy not only as well as content geared towards satire and more adult references. But it doesn't look like the new channel has been affected. A prevailing theory among fans is that the SML brand has made so much money from external things like merch that it doesn't actually matter if videos get demonetized. But no one really knows. Production value for content is at an all-time high, and videos have started to look closer to Mr. Beast in terms of budget. After the couple's daughter was born, Logan fulfilled the promise he had made all those years ago and released the SML movie special titled Jeffy's 18th Birthday. It had been 5 years since the original reveal, and because of all the drama that had transpired, Logan was never able to finish the movie until now. Evidently, he couldn't use the original script after his cease and desist, so he partially rewrote it and moved the characters around. Fans didn't seem to care at all, and the video received universal praise for how well done it was. And in this video has 30 million views. Logan has since moved out to an undisclosed location, but still owns the SML house and is currently using it as a work and filming location. Today, the SML channel isn't doing bad at all. In fact, it's actually killing it, boasting an impressive 5 million subscribers and a staggering monthly average of 100 million views. Even after moving channels for the 4th time, Logan has managed to continue pulling in new and old viewers, which is honestly insane. Most YouTubers would have their entire career killed after moving to a second channel, yet here Logan was doing better than ever. The new channel seems to have remained untouched by the demonetization fury since its creation, transforming into a gold mine for Logan, his team, and his newly formed family. Logan's someone who's been challenged with numerous obstacles over the course of his life, yet through sheer grit and perseverance, he managed to emerge on top in the end. Regardless of personal opinions about his character, one cannot deny his work ethic underpinning SML's success, and his dedication to making content is nothing short of commendable, even if that content is playing with toys all day. Hopefully through all of this, Logan's learned from his mistakes and continues making monetizable content in the future while growing his brand. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Hey, Dang, you ever played a game where you guess your letter and if you guess the wrong letter, I gotta draw a stick man up there until he's hanging? I mean, I can't call it the real name because we might get in trouble and end up on Good Morning America again.
Charlie White, more commonly known as Moist Critical, is the creator of the Penguin Zero YouTube channel. Throughout his career, he's dipped into many genres of content, from Call of Duty to fast food tier lists, and even creating original songs with his friends. But easily the most popular are his commentary videos, bringing to light some of these strange, dishonest, and depraved creators on the platform. Some of his videos covering these figures stand at upwards of 10 million views. But what happened to these people after he covered them? Did their careers die as the controversy took over their brand, or did they rebound and turn into something greater? Today, we'll be revisiting the most notable people covered by Moist Critical to see where they are now. While dubstep has largely been reduced to memes nowadays, it's not hard to remember how unironically popular it used to be in the early 2010s. Channels would get upwards of 500 million views on a single song during its peak, and almost everyone found ways to incorporate it into whatever they were making. If you were on the internet around this time, there was no way you hadn't heard at least a little dubstep or EDM. In 2011, Richard Geist would share his passion for this genre by creating Social Repose Music, a YouTube channel where he posted his own alternative electronic music alongside covers that were similar in nature. After a few months went by, Geist decided to expand his online persona, adopting the moniker of just Social Repose. The channel slowly gained traction over the years, procuring a small but loyal fan base of people who enjoyed his music and occasional vlogs. In 2014, Rich created a specific look to his persona, donning a purple headdress and establishing a brand identity that became synonymous with his content. While this headdress did give the channel a unique look, it also offended some who viewed it as cultural appropriation. Rich responded to these grievances after they became more prevalent, denying any accusations and disagreeing with commenters.
So the only thing that my headdress has in common with a traditional ceremonial Native American headdress is its shape. Other than that, it doesn't resemble in the symbols on the headband. It is made from a different animal. But everything else is totally different, making it not a traditional, ceremonial, sacred headdress.
Outside of YouTube, Social Repose had gone on tour, doing 20 live shows and slowly gaining more and more fans. One of the things that could be considered the channel's first big break was when he mimicked big alternative artist voices, gaining millions of views on the most popular rendition. Nearly 5 years after its inception, Social Repose had reached over 100,000 subscribers and had branched out to a wider variety of content. Things like reactions, commentary videos, and short skits were uploaded a lot more now. And as the channel got bigger, fans had gotten a closer look into the personality of Richie and developed a connection with him as a person. The same could also be said about his new girlfriend, Ayala, a content creator that Richie had been collaborating with for a while. The two would officially begin dating publicly, and afterwards, Ayala appeared a lot more frequently on the channel. From here, Richie got more comfortable with Ayala, and even made a joke video where he faked a breakup with her. Unfortunately, the false reality portrayed in this video would soon become a very real one. Around this time, Social Repose had gotten another big break. Popular YouTuber Leafy is Here had recently covered his channel, and millions of people were about to see his content for the very first time.
Social Repose is a YouTuber that makes vlogs, music videos, and dresses like a f***ing bird. Now I have no issue with this guy's content whatsoever. I think that some of his vlogs aren't even that bad.
To his, and Leafy's surprise, the infamously toxic fan base of Leafy's actually responded positively to his music. This sudden surge of viewers nearly doubled his number of subscribers at the time, reaching almost 600,000 pretty quickly. Following this newfound popularity, Rich started collaborating with channels of a similar size, one of these being Jacqueline Glenn, another alternative-style YouTuber. The collaboration that ensued pretty much encapsulated the duo's ideology and comedy. They posted a video of themselves drinking while reading the Bible together and mocking it. From the video itself, there's a clearly flirtatious atmosphere, and it's clearly a moment that planted a seed of interest in each other from the two creators. Ayala had actually recently broken up with Rich and went on a live stream after the Bible video warning Jacqueline not to pursue him. She claimed that he had cheated on her with multiple people, and he had been a terrible person throughout their relationship.
Richie cheated on me a lot. That's true. He really did. With a lot of people. Multiple people, for sure. That's a real thing that happened.
Jacqueline, largely ignoring this warning, eventually did get romantically involved with Rich, and the two officially became a couple a few weeks later. This time, however, Rich wanted this relationship to be largely private in order to avoid more drama. 8 days after this, though, he would contradict himself by recording his proposal to Jacqueline and getting engaged the same day. Regardless, the now engaged couple would start appearing in each other's videos and growing each other's channels. Social Repose's content had largely shifted by now, focusing less on music and much more on conventional commentary. For the next few months, everything seemed great. The channel was doing well, and so was Jacqueline's, and the relationship between them seemed to be flourishing.
Can I help
That is,
join?
until history decided to repeat itself. Almost a year after Rich and Jacqueline started dating, and half a year after they had been engaged, Jacqueline would upload a video titled, "I'm an Idiot."
Richie was so willing to put me in videos, and I just felt like he was so proud to be with me, and I took that as such a compliment. But now, we are not together anymore. There's this girl that he dated briefly.
Can I join you? Can I? Can I join or not? It look fun the world you're on.